I like that game a lot. Um, and I mean that's probably not a controversial opinion or anything, but um,
I was big gaming today. Me and my friend Alex conducted an equivalent exchange of getting each other into games. I got him to play Helldivers 1 with me, like the first one, because he just happened to have it in his library. And he was like, play this free-to-play card game, Magic the Gathering Arena. And like, that one's kind of neat. I've played Hearthstone. I used to be really into Hearthstone, but Magic is a bit more complex. Feels
Yeah.
kind of neat though.
The only thing I know about Magic is that like it's deceptive in that the cards that sound like they would be really good typically aren't, and the ones that you would think are shit are like the best in the game. That's my understanding of it.
It can depend. Magic is like Magic is a card game that can go very quick. In that, like, things that in Hearthstone would be very. Hearthstone is a slow trading card game, I guess I could say. Build up tends to really like arc out around turn maybe 5 or 6. And then like most of the card mana cost lies around 5 and 6. Magic, a lot of like game changing things exist around like 2 to 4 mana. Like, I was playing the starter white deck, and they just have access to an enchantment that you can put on enemy creatures that stops them from attacking and defending for the entire game, unless your opponent has a way to take that off. And it costs 2 mana.
This sounds okay. That in particular sounds familiar. Um, so my exposure to Magic has been through some of the some streamers that I like did this thing where they brought in there were two of them who do play Magic brought in their friend who doesn't know anything about Magic and would show this person a card and be like, "Okay, do you think this card is good or bad?" And I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones they showed.
Its name was Pacify, if that helps.
It sounds familiar, but I'm not
Yeah,
sure. I would
probably.
have to recheck because they did 2 streams of that.
It's a starter deck card, so it's probably fine.
Alright.
But,
Oh, I have to start eating my ice cream before I forget I have it.
priorities.
Yeah, priorities. I set it on my desk and then started setup. Oh shit! What the fuck? Alright, well,
What?
I opened it and it exploded. It's exploding.
Ice cream?
Yes! There is ice cream everywhere.
Root beer float?
No.
Food incident! Food incident!
No!
We've got
No!
another!
No! Literally, yes, I'm having another food incident though because like this is a brand new like one of those small pints that's like a personal one. It's never been opened. It had a seal. I opened the seal and it exploded.
You really packed it in there then, huh?
I guess so. I have a handful of ice cream. Oh no.
Clean up. Don't
I'm
tell me about that.
I'm trying to. I have napkins and stuff. This is why I started keeping napkins on my desk in the first place. can't believe I'm having another food incident. I was doing so good. That's not true. I spilled some mug the other night.
The floor can have a little mug.
The floor appreciates a little mug.
Ants need mug.
No! The floor can have the mug. I don't want the ants to have the mug.
What if the floor has the mug, then the ants show up to the mug?
Not if I get the mug before the ants do.
I know you mean like clean it up, but I just imagined like slurping it. I'm sorry. No mug for ants.
No mug for ants. It's all mine. Ugh. I don't know how much more abuse my poor desk mat can take. Holy shit, this ice cream is packed in there. I thought maybe opening it more would, alleviate some of the issue. And it's just packed in. Shit. I am so glad I did not switch out my desk mat. Because I got a new desk mat that's a WoW desk mat.
Ooh.
And it's actually supposed to be a play mat for the card game, but it works, mice work on it just as well. The ice cream is so good.
Connor got stuff for root beer floats, and I'm actually really excited. I haven't had one of those in a while.
Oh man, they're so good. There was a while back, my mom wanted to make root beer floats, but all we had was Mountain Dew, and she was like, "We'll try that." It was weird.
Do float, do float.
Like, it wasn't at all bad, but it was strange. The form factor of Mountain Dew as a float is just strange.
Oh yeah, because Mountain Dew isn't like voluminous. It's not like thick. Like
Uh-huh.
oh yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Oh, fuck. The Oh, hmm. Apparently the next patch of WoW contains the lean emote.
That's the thing that you had to like drink a cola for or something, right?
Yeah, the one that was only available to goblins. And cost like 5 gold. So they're
Well,
just adding it as a free emote now.
goodbye to all those 5 golds that you spent leaning on stuff.
That's funny.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. It's basically an emote. I'm surprised they drinkified it to begin with.
Yeah, that and the like size change thing. Because that feels like that should just be in the barbershop as something you can do for your character customization in the first place.
No, wrong.
No,
You
I'm
will
right!
never get body differences. All
No!
goblins will look the same.
It frustrates me so much. If they can drinkify it, they can just add it. They clearly can. The tech, they've shown the
Nope,
tech.
too hard.
Hi, Smithy. Yeah, so I don't know if you caught me saying it. They're in the last major WoW patch for the Undermine patch. They had a vendor who sells a potion for 5 gold. That allows you to pose in a certain way. It's a lean pose, so you lean up against a wall and look cool. And it was only available to goblins. But apparently in the next patch, they're adding it as just like an emote that anyone can do in the emote menu. Which, um, my argument is that if they can do that, then they should also do that for the 2 other potions that this vendor also sells that change your character's height. Which they should! They should add that.
It's too scary.
It's not scary.
The the developers would have to do work, which is it probably isn't scary for the developers, but the Blizzard executives would have to pay them to do work. And oh boy, is that frightening. Executives hate paying people,
True.
as evidenced by the situation with every goblin.
um, what gets me is that like I've seen a lot of pushback against like body modification for like just the character customization screen in reference usually in reference to like height and weight. And I think I've talked about this before. People usually are like, "Oh, but it would take so much more work for them to fit everything to the new model shapes." Um it really wouldn't, considering that
Textures.
yeah, most of them are just textures. And they'd look the same regardless. The only things that they would have to really worry about are armor pieces that actually do stick off, but those have bones baked into the model for them to clip onto, so just move the bones a little so they fit better. I don't know. It wouldn't be that hard. It's my thing. It just wouldn't. But the people that this is how I know I have a niche hobby when it comes to this kind of stuff. Because watching a lot of people complain about this kind of thing and make that claim of like, oh, but they would have to refit everything, makes me sit here and go, I work with these models for fun. No, they wouldn't. Maybe everyone should work with these models for fun. Oh, this ice cream's so good. All right. I think I like the hand tracking that the leap motion provides more because it feels a little more accurate. The only problem is that where my leap motion sits on my desk means that I can't use it while I'm drawing. Not that I would really need it for drawing anyway, but like
Ocean. What if they made World of Warcraft 2?
at this point they probably
And
could.
instead of buying, instead of having cool gear, you could buy Fortnite skins for your goblin.
No! Now you're suggesting bad things.
But for 200 W bucks, you too can be Gazlo.
That's Heroes of the Storm!
Oh yeah.
You know what?
Actually, no, that's wrong. Oh wait, no, I think yeah, you do gotta pay for Gazlo. Never mind.
Do
You have
you
to
wait,
pay
you
to
do?
own Gazlo. I don't think Gazlo is a like base free character.
That makes me sad.
I'll look it up.
That man, well, he doesn't work for free, but he should be free. I'm so
Drawing
sad.
today. Circle, circle.
The circle has begun. I'm working from a different computer though, which means that none of my work in progresses are on this computer. And then also all my references are not on this computer.
Create completely fresh, no reference goblin. Okay, so if you downloaded Heroes of the Storm today and started playing right now,
Sounding like an
you would get a
advertisement.
total of one free hero. You have a nice broad selection between Anubarak, Thrall, and Tyrande.
And they all play differently, right? So I would have to pick carefully.
Yeah. And then you'd have
That's
to save up your gold for for Gazlo.
that's just how it is in the base game anyway. Okay.
Honestly, a good selection for starter characters because Anubarak is kind of like a tank. Thrall is DPS-y. He's a bruiser. He can take a beating too. And Tyrande is a support.
Yeah, it's a good selection.
And then every week has like a free-to-play rotation between like
Ooh.
just a ton of characters too. But anyway, you're gonna say?
Um the saving your gold for Gazlo thing reminded me of like I really enjoy Warlords of Draenor. I do. Um,
Because you can have Gazlo.
because I can have Gazlo, yeah. But the thing about that expansion that oh, fuck! What the fuck? What just happened? My camera and tablet disconnected themselves at the same time.
Ooh. Is it technical difficulties time?
Oh no. Whoa. What is that about?
What?
It stopped. There was like weird mouth jittering for a second there. I think we're good. That was weird.
Yippee, weird.
But I was gonna say the thing that... Alright. The thing that kills me about playing Warlords of Draenor is the fact that, like, I'll be enjoying the story, and then, like, out of nowhere, some NPC will be like, "Ugh, fuck goblins," and then, like, walk away, and I'm like, huh?
The haters. Why are the haters allowed in your camp?
There, literally, there's a whole quest line that literally starts with Rokan, like, being like, "Hey, Commander, by the way, we sent Gazlo out into the field to do field work that is not his job, and now he's asking for payment for a job that's not his job. Ugh, can't believe this goblin. Anyway, like..." And then he's like, "Take this bag of gold to Gazlo so he'll do his fucking job." And I'm like, well, it wasn't his job! You said it wasn't his job! Because Gazlo is specifically there to be the garrison architect, but they sent him to do field work, investigative work into, like, a weird noise way away from the garrison. And I'm like, I would be asking for pay too! It's a war zone!
Nah, I'd send Gazlo to do that. See, if he's the architect, it's very important that he understand the surroundings so that the architecture, like, you know, looks alright. Because if it's not aesthetic, then I don't want it there. War cancelled. Architecture bad. That is really strange, though. Like, I know it's probably just a Blizzard pulling a writing out of their ass real quick type thing to keep things moving forward, but, like, they can do better. It's Blizzard.
That is also the same expansion where Khadgar also microaggresses Gazlo out of nowhere.
He would do that. He would probably do that.
Because, like, the moment you get to your garrison, Thrall is like, "I've invited someone to help us build the garrison, a trusted architect," and Gazlo comes through a portal, and Khadgar goes, "Ugh, you hired a goblin to be your architect? Ugh." And Thrall is like, "He's a trusted friend." And Khadgar, like, and Gazlo tries, he defends himself. He's like, well, cause like, Thrall defends him and is like, Gazlo's a trusted friend. He's the one who built Orgrimmar. And Gazlo's like, yeah, I did that. And Khadgar goes, yeah, and didn't it get recently sacked?
I mean, I guess valid concern if you're building, like, war architecture.
I mean, I feel like... Okay, I'm trying to think. What's the timeline here? Warlords
The
of
sacking
Draenor...
of Orgrimmar.
Warlords of Draenor comes immediately after Miss of Pandaria, I could think. I think that's the timeline there. So that would have been after Garrosh pulled his fuck shit in Orgrimmar. I don't think anyone could have prepared for that. That's not Gazlo's fault.
Well, Gazlo could have, but didn't happen. Thus the sacking.
No fucking way. It just deleted all of my fucking keypad settings.
Aw.
When my everything disconnected itself at the same time, it fucking deleted my settings for my keypad. That's unbelievable.
Did it, like, crash the drivers or something?
It had to have.
Your computers are strange. You do strange things with your computers.
I don't even have to do anything and stuff like this starts happening.
Computer full of goblins.
True.
I did that.
But like this literally I don't even have to do anything for computers that I just have to touch a computer and it'll start doing weird things. Cuz like the computers at work, I'm not allowed to modify those in any way whatsoever, right? Because they're work computers. So I'm not downloading anything. I'm not running anything that wasn't already on there, you know, all this other stuff. They recently started having a weird screen issue that they definitely weren't having before, and I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, nobody else is having this issue. Why me?
Ghosts?
No, not the ghosts in my job.
Manifesting ghosts at your job.
Hey, that's not my problem. If there's ghosts at my job, it's not my problem. I don't have to be the one to get those exorcised. Not my job description. Can you imagine working at a small store just normally and then weird things start happening so your boss is like, hey, can you call an exorcist? That's your job now. You gotta go get the exorcist. I think I would quit.
I think that's the plot of many a show.
That's like a side plot for Mob Psycho.
I've never seen that.
Really? It's good. Jay started watching it recently. Woof. It's by the same guy who does One Punch Man, so.
I knew that.
If you sat me down in front of both of them and told me I had to pick one, I would pick Mob. Because I think it's a much better written story. And it also is like, it hits a lot of like emotional marks that I think are really well done. In my opinion, at least.
That's about in line with what I've heard. I think that one also had a Fortnite crossover, which means it's super good. Everything that is ever good has skins in Fortnite.
I don't know.
Adventure Time has Fortnite skins, and Adventure Time is good. My logic cannot possibly be flawed. Oh, actually, big flaw in my logic, just realized.
Oh.
No Warcraft skins in Fortnite, which means Warcraft bad.
You know what? You know what? I think people would agree with your logic. All right,
Now that I've said it out loud, probably.
I have fixed my keypad finally. I got it to resync with my other computer.
Yippee!
I love drawing Sarlix just off the top of my head. I love his ear shape so much. Oh, speaking of Sarlix, actually, you know, my work hours have been reduced, which means that I get off work 2 hours earlier um than I used to. And this week I don't have the money to like Uber home, which is what I usually do, because of other circumstances. And so I've just been, you know, meandering around the area where my job is. And oh, actually, I have several stories from today, in regards to my meandering around the area.
Yeah, story time.
So, one of the stores near my job is an old-fashioned grocery store. And when I mean old-fashioned, I mean they don't have scanners to ring up items. They type in the prices by hand. And like, among other things, like, you walk in there and it feels like a very like, if you ever see pictures of like grocery stores from the 80s, it looks exactly like that in there. And it is a great grocery store, though. I like it a whole lot more than I like anywhere else. And I usually go and get my lunch from there, if not from the gas station. And while I was there, I found out they have a selection of those microwavable stuffed animals that are used for like like heating pads.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Well, they had a football shaped one.
Ooh.
They had one that was shaped like a football, and I picked it up and I was like, this actually rules, because it was a really good weight and a good size, and it was really, really, really soft. And I'm holding the thing and I'm like, I almost want to buy this if I had money.
That sounds really cool.
Possessed by Sarlix for a moment, but to be fair, it was a good one. I've never seen one of those that was a football.
Weird plushes like that are really cool to me. That's why I took pictures of the spam.
I
That
really
one's
love
very silly.
I love weird plushes. I have a small collection of vegetable plushies that have little faces.
Aw.
I have I believe I have a carrot, a mushroom. I know one of them is bok choy. And then I think I have a fourth one that I can't remember what it is. Oh my goodness. Oh, they have the same brand also has ones that are basketballs. Oh, this rules. The brand is called Warmies, by the way. Oh, these are so
World of
cute.
Warmies.
World of Warmies. They have they have a potted sunflower. Oh my goodness. Look at these.
Ooh. I do like that potted sunflower.
Oh, lemons. Lemon hugs. Here's the football. It was so, so, so soft. It was like the kind of soft that like you want to put your face on soft. Oh my goodness. Is that a grilled cheese? Evil eye!
Evil plushies for your villainous home.
Oh, red mushroom. Look at all the different colored mushrooms. Green chili. Parakeet. It is a grilled cheese. Oh my goodness. Pop your grilled cheese in the microwave so you can hug him. How long does the warmth last? Microwavable for warmth. Oh, they have lavender in them. Chill in a freezer for cooling relief.
They make rice packs for this.
That is true. Or you can, my family, we had the beans, which was just this, it was literally, someone had sewed, like, 2 strips of fabric together into, like, a foot and a half long tube and filled it with, like, beans, and that's what we used.
Oh
Or
yeah,
was,
we've got that, except like it's a sock and it's rice instead of the beans.
actually, I might be wrong. It might have been corn. It was one of
Oh,
those
that makes
things.
sense.
But all I know is it got burst open and there was corn all over the floor. Unicorn hugs. Aww. Yeti! A Bigfoot! Oh, it's the ones from the Rankin Bass Rudolph.
Ooh.
Hey, here's a fun fact. One of the things that I inherited when we cleaned out the family home was little stuffed animals of the Rankin Bass Rudolph characters that say a line when you squeeze them, and they're from decades ago. Bobcat. Alligator. Chimp. Monkey. All right, now that I've taken a detour.
The Wormies detour.
I have a little microwavable rabbit plush that Joe got me years ago.
I have 0 microwavable plushes. Oh, that might be a lie. I haven't tried microwaving any of them.
I wouldn't just microwave them without knowing if they can be microwaved, to be fair.
They could be microwavable one time.
Only once.
The Sarlacc crafting.
He's literally so cute.
I was thinking about playing Guild Wars. Because I want to, but also I don't want to. My brain is in a weird spot with it where I want to do the finale for the expansion, but I don't want to do it until they finish the voice. They actually get the voice acting in.
Oh,
Largely because I read that there's an important exchange that happens between two characters. They have a verbal disagreement, but it happens during a combat encounter, and you can't very well read the dialogue while you're fighting.
Yeah.
Plus, also, the big bad is not voiced, and I would like to hear the big bad. So there's that angle on it. But also, another festival is on right now, which is Dragon Bash. And I kind of don't want to do that. I don't want to have the tasks to do.
What's up with that?
It's it's a festival. There's games to play. Jay would probably like it. I think it's. Let me check. I think it's a more minigame focused one.
Um, I heard there was like some kind of tentative agreement in regards to the video game actors strike thing that was going on. Um,
Yeah,
which that makes me wonder. That makes me wonder if they're going to get Renzik's voice actor in to do his lines now. But at the same time, they moved away from Undermine so quickly. I'm kind of scared that they just won't do it at all.
eh, they might go back. I feel like it would be weird to leave something like that unfinished if they have the opportunity.
Yeah. It just, I don't know. Literally everyone I follow who plays WoW has voiced their concerns that we moved away from Undermine too quickly. And I agree. It felt painfully short. It felt painfully short for a particular zone that people have been wanting for 20 years now.
That's fair.
Like, when I described it as being similar to Mechagon, I meant that in a positive way initially, in that like it had a lot of stuff that I enjoyed in terms of the aesthetics and the NPCs that were hanging around and the quests that you do. But then the more I sat with that thought, the more I was like, oh, it is like Mechagon. It was painfully short. One second. There. Because like, you know, when we had talked about like the reason that people weren't interested in mechanomes very much was the undercookedness. And I feel like that's what kind of ended up happening with Undermine. And the problem is with that is that even people who weren't initially interested in it have expressed that Undermine turned out to be a really, really good patch. The only people I saw, like, the only real detractors I saw from Undermine were the people who just don't like goblins, period.
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, it's very strange that you have this area where there is a really good storyline going on, and it's also got an amazing setting, amazing atmosphere, good, amazing music, with like, it's got all the fixins for a great patch, and it was. And then they just kind of went, all right, now back to the Arathi. Bye. I don't know. It felt strange.
Well, you never know. Maybe they're not really finished. Maybe there's some like tightening of stuff and like finishing touches that still gotta go in, but they had to wait.
My thought is there are multiple references in Undermine to the fact that we're not in the full city. We're only in part of the city.
That would make sense. A lot of things do that sort of thing where it's like to imply the space is bigger, you know, you only have a set play area.
Mm-hmm. But like specifically they're one of those like rocket drills that are used to get from area to area is supposed to be slated to go to Uptown Undermine. but it's broken down or something. And there's also, during the story quest line, Grimla specifically says that, I think it's Grimla at least, says, you haven't even seen Uptown Undermine yet. Which is, I don't know, I feel like there's gotta be something there. Come on. Come on. You know?
Look what the see-through is.
Uptown Undermine lost content. Who knows? They could be doing a thing. Guild Wars does this fairly often, where map areas from the original game were left unincluded in Guild Wars 2 for a long time because they were going to be the venue for various expansions and Living World seasons. So if they don't have Uptown available now, maybe they plan to use it in some way for like a future expansion.
Hopefully.
Probably near future if they're keeping in line with whatever mine actually like has going on.
Also, hi! Welcome to chat. Oh no, computer, please.
I think it would be cool.
Hello?
Festivities. Oh.
Your mic cut out for half of that. Uh-oh.
My mic did not cut out for half of that, yours did.
I don't know what's going on then. There was like a weird moment of like nothing worked for a second. Can you hear me now?
Is it working now? Yeah.
Alright, that should...
Why is he naked plus football?
Because I haven't drawn his shirt on him yet!
Is he on the skins?
Yeah! You know what? Yeah! Yeah, sure! Naked plus football. How every athlete should be.
I found the Dragon Bash festivities, and it's basically like the Halloween event, from the looks of it. There's pinatas to bash, there is Hologram Stampede and Dragon Arena, which are just, you go and fight stuff. Regardless, I don't feel like grinding a bunch of dailies right now.
Yeah, you were talking about not liking when a game just becomes dailies, so...
Besides that, I feel like I've been slipping. It's bad. I'm playing too many video games again. Friends keep being like, play my Sinister game, and then I do it. You know what I mean?
You should play my Sinister game.
I tried playing your Sinister game. My computer doesn't like it.
No, not WoW. I'm handing you one of my 2 copies of TAC.
I've already played Tag.
Okay.
Played that at my my friend Jared's house.
Then I'm handing you my copy of the second TAC. Yeah.
Whoa.
I actually have I realized I have all of the mainline games. Not just that I have all the mainline games, I have the third one still in the original packaging. It's never been opened. For the GameCube, by the way. Just so we're clear.
Vintage TAC.
Vintage TAC, never been opened. Oh, I have to go to Blue Sky to grab my own image. What did we think about comically large knife that I posted?
Comically large knife.
Dang. Tak is such an interesting game series because none of the games are the same.
Well, not everything can be the Great Juju Challenge. There's only one Great Juju Challenge.
um. But like, so the first game is like more open world, and then you get to the second game and it's more linear, and then the third game is a co-op game, a co-op party game, more or less. It's so interesting to me. And the thing is, they're all good and they all work.
Mhm.
I learned recently that, fuck. I learned recently that the first game was made with the intention of the world being built around the concept of, like, animal-related puzzles. Because according to the guy who made the game, his idea was to create this world where there are NPCs who mill about and do their own thing, who are key to doing puzzles that you have to corral them into doing because they're doing their own thing. And I think that's really interesting. That's an interesting premise for a game.
I like that idea.
And it worked, and it absolutely worked, right? So that's why you have like the sheep puzzles and the rhino puzzles and all those other things. And then when they went to make the second game, they decided to include all of the animals that they couldn't include in the first game. The thing is, though, and I thought this was hilarious, but the guy who created Tak, his original, like, when he, in an interview, he talked about, like, making the game, and he talked about how he intended for Tak to be incredibly subversive compared to all the other 3D platformers of the time, because according to him, 3D platformers just weren't selling well. And this is, need I remind you, this is like 2003? Yeah, early 2000s. And here's the thing, when he originally created the concept for Tak, this was in 1995. Platformers were at their peak in the 90s and early 2000s. Like 3D platformers. Because you had like Super Mario 64, Donkey Kong 64, the Banjo-Kazooie games, you had Crash Bandicoot, you had like Spyro, you had, there was all of these majorly successful 3D platformers at the time. Jak and Daxter. Like, and this guy is like, yeah, 3D platformers are not selling well, so I'm gonna create something subversive that's going to sell great. And it's like, what? Wait, dude, what? What are you talking about? And, in all fairness, he wasn't entirely wrong, because Tak did sell 1 million copies. Like, the first game did sell 1 million copies, and the second game almost matched that. So like, he wasn't entirely wrong that he was gonna make a game that was gonna sell well, but at the same time, like, his assertion that like, yeah, 3D platformers just don't sell well. Are you out of your mind? And then there's also like, in his interview talking about like, oh, I'm gonna make a subversive 3D platformer that won't be like all of the others. One of the things he did talk about was it wasn't going to be a collectathon, and it wasn't just going to be puzzle solving. Yeah, that's not true at all. TAC is half puzzle solving, half collectathon.
The puzzles are important because if there were no puzzles, then why is Locke there? And I like Locke. It's hard to dislike any character voiced by Patrick Warburton.
True. Yeah, the fucking Yorbles. The fact that there were 200 of them and you only had to get 100 of them to complete the game. Yeah, sure. No, let's maybe not do that. Why is he naked with football? Well, I need to get the basics down first. Yes. Oh boy, I have a fun fact about that level. Hi!
Fun fact.
If you're about to say that one of the mummies didn't spawn... Yeah, so... that level is very funny because, like... Okay, wait. I have another thing that the guy who, the guy who made TAC said. When talking about TAC, he said that he wanted to create a game that doesn't hold your hand. The entire first third of the game is just the guide character holding your hand, basically, Flora. Like, that's the entire first third of the game, right? And then when you get to like the mummy area, it feels like it feels like that particular I love her, but like she really does just like, you probably already know how to do this, but turn your C stick to turn the camera. Like, okay, thanks. But like that whole first third of the game is basically holding your hand the whole time. And then when you get to like the mummy level, it's like obtuse in a way that like it shouldn't be. And it doesn't tell you the things you really should know about it. Which is funny because also that level. The thing about that level is that that is the one level in the game where you can actually soft lock it. It is possible for that level to get soft locked because there is a rare chance. Yeah, oh yeah, that is the level where you can soft lock the game for real. But it's not any fault of the player because there's a rare chance that the mummies just won't spawn, and if they don't, you're fucked. Your whole save is fucked because there's nothing that will fix it. Like reloading won't fix it. So like, yeah, that you can actually get soft locked in that level. Oh yeah, the chicken temple is This is unrelated, but I'm glad I'm not the only one who thinks the new tier sets for the next season of WoW suck ass.
Do they look bad, or?
A lot of them are just like... The ones from Undermine looked a whole lot better. Hold on. I will say, though, the Paladin set looks so fucking good. I like the Paladin set specifically a lot. Oh wow, Discord's not liking that image. Alright. There. I love the Paladin set! It looks so good!
It looks good, but I need to compare it to something immediately.
Oh boy. Fucking, I keep clicking into Blue Sky to go get my color references and then not grabbing them and getting distracted. Here, let me put the tier set up on screen. This is the Paladin tier set for next season. It's gorgeous. I am in love with it.
There, I posted my comparison.
Yeah, I see it.
Are back items like capes a specific thing, or is that like attached to the torso?
They're their own thing.
Okay, so there's a back slot.
Yeah. There's...
I wish I could see the back of this armor.
There's 2 individual shoulder slots. The gloves, the wrist wraps, the cape slot, the chest, the waist, the pants, and the boots. And then you have non-cosmetic slots like rings and trinkets and necklaces. I think the Warlock set also looks really good, but the best color scheme for it is locked behind PvP.
Well, you know what to do.
Oh.
It's time to bloodlust.
I have, you know what? If I could figure out my PvP skills a little better than what I currently have right now, um, I would try PvP just because like you get honor from it and you can spend honor. Here's the Warlock set. This is the color scheme from PvP that I like a lot.
See, sets like this are cool to me because, like, oh yeah, it has cool stuff going on. But at the same time, I don't like the face thing that's going on. I don't like when it removes your like personalization.
Oh yeah, I can agree with that. That's part of why I have this particular cloth set for my casters that uh um I like it a lot, but the headpiece covers their faces in a way that I don't like, so I almost
Mm.
never use the headpiece. Yes, please ramble about Tack. I've been thinking about it for like a week. I started rewatching the show despite not liking the show when I was a kid. I can confidently say the show is just okay. I don't think it's terrible like I used to when I was a kid, but I also don't think it was like... I don't know. I feel like it definitely could have been better. I also love them! They're so good! Sarlix, my beloved. It's so funny. Very recently I was playing some other video game and there was a creature in it that was so, like, Nurble-like that I kind of, like, had to stop and, like, think about it for a moment because I was like, why do these feel familiar? The music is fantastic! Oh, yes! The Nubu plant theme was like one of the best ones that I still remember clearly. Um actually, speaking of Nubu plants, by the way, um I I was watching some TAC retrospectives recently, and one of the so I watched two specifically, and both of them were about an hour long, but one of them was really positive and the other was really negative. And the one that was really positive, one of his few complaints about the game was he basically said, yeah, the Nubu plant fights were impossible. They were like so broken, like they were unplayable. And I'm like, I think you're just not good at them. Like, sorry, this was something I was doing as a child. Like, they're not so broken they're unplayable. I don't agree. Skill issue! Yes, skill issue! Like, they're not that bad. They can get a little bit, like, dicey, but, like, they're not unplayable. Those were always my favorite fights in the game. Also, if you're like good with the staff, they become incredibly easy to like parry. Oh, Sarlix, my beloved, he's so cute. This is unrelated to anything. They're apparently coming out with a football horror movie, and I'm excited.
Who's the bad guy?
I would
Who's
assume.
horrible?
I would assume it's like the. Hi, Jay.
Hi. I'm
Jay.
alive.
I would assume the bad guy is
Barely,
like
but
the primary like football player dude who isn't the main character.
what y'all talking about?
There's going to be a football horror movie coming out in September, I believe. I think it's September.
Ooh.
And I'm excited for it.
Hopefully. Will you need to know anything about football to watch it?
Probably not.
Yes.
Yes, you have to know the entire
Can you
history of it from start to finish.
Bro, I don't even know any. I went to almost every single football game in high school. I missed one football game in 4 years because I was in the marching band. I don't know anything about football. I know that a touchdown is 6 points and a field goal is 1 point. And I don't know shit else. I don't know what a down is. I have no clue.
I'm learning things. I'm gradually learning more and more things. Just because,
Well,
like, I have a
'cause I would
character it applies to.
I would ask my brother to teach me stuff about football, but he was not a good teacher. He didn't teach me shit about football.
The only thing that I know for sure is that quarterbacks don't have any numbers on their jersey other than 1 through 19. They don't go higher than that. That's all I know.
I didn't know that.
That's why Sarlix's number is 10. Did you know his number is 10?
Yeah, I think I remember that. Because then you asked me what number Quizlet should be.
Yeah. And you said 22.
Yeah, because it looks like a heart. And I thought it would be cute.
It would be
Because
cute.
I almost said 15, because I was like, that's my favorite number. But then I was looking at the way goblin numbers actually work, and they flip. If there's two, if the two digits in a number are the same, they flip the second one around.
Which is really
And the
interesting.
2 is normally backwards. So you take the backwards 2 and then flip it around, and it looks like a heart in the middle. Explaining for anybody who doesn't know. I need to make myself lunch for the week, but I don't want to do anything right now because I don't feel awake yet.
My ice cream's all melted.
Oh, that sucks.
You're supposed to eat it.
I was eating it and I started drawing. Hold on.
Well, now you
I
can
just
drink
told
it.
somebody about poetry for Neanderthals, by the way. I want
That
to play
game
that
is
game
so
again.
fun.
That was so fun. I want to play again so bad. I think about it every once in a while. I'm like, that was so much fun.
Oh, they don't just laugh at you if you die, they laugh at you if you take damage at all. Like, if you get knocked back enough, they'll laugh at you. Jay can attest to this. Jay watched me play a little bit.
Play what?
Tack. We're
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about tack.
Sorry, I just woke up from like a solid 3-hour nap.
Maybe I will drink my ice cream.
I'm drinking water.
Also, I was rewatching the VOD from last night, and yeah, sure. We're gonna switch over to the stream chat channel server, whatever that thing is called.
Smithy only ever joins call after I join call.
I don't think that's related.
It's not. I just thought it was funny.
The game's
Bobby,
all-
stop it.
Yeah.
What?
What was
you
the
laughing
name?
about?
Yeah, I don't know actually.
Oh yeah,
Fused
was
on
watching-
refuse.
Lear isn't here. Where'd he go?
Where'd Lear go?
Where's Lear?
Lear!
Lear?
He's still in
Hello?
the group chat.
Hello. Welcome back.
We lost you for a second. I was
Yeah,
like,
Discord is being slow.
Uh-oh.
oh no.
I'm not sure
Percy
if
was
you
about to-
remember, but I'm playing on a fucking think center.
Percy was about to start talking again. I was like, wait, Lear's not here yet.
Alright, well, I need to listen to something else. This song is grating on my nerves already.
Getting Mike Wazowski.
Oh no! Hold on. I need to fix that. I specifically moved those around because I had that Silence Brewmaster image on screen for a while.
But for tax specifically, I remember when my sister, well, when I say we, I mainly mean my sister would play and I would watch, but I would play occasionally. But I remember when we started the game and we heard the title screen music and we were like, wow, that's cool. And then, you know, the game progressed. And then when we got to Chicken Island and we heard the music, it was like, oh, that's the title screen music. That was like one of the first times that we ever had a game where the title screen music was actually like in the game music, besides like Jack and Daxter. Also another game series I love with all my heart and will go absolutely insane bonkers about and talk about it for several years if you let me. But back to TAC.
Years.
I remember, like, I haven't
What?
played this game in years. I haven't watched.
Oh, I'm watching the stream. It said gray hairs.
Yeah, Sarlix has had gray hair.
Yeah. No,
It's very
I
nice,
love
by
when
the way.
people add gray hair to their characters. I
He's-
always get so excited. I love it.
The man is verging on 50. I mean,
I know. I can still appreciate gray hairs, okay?
well, it would
Very
be
handsome.
no. I'm saying it would be weird if he didn't have some.
I have an OC that I haven't touched in years who like his whole concept was that he was functionally immortal, but he could still die. He just would like come back to life the next day. And he hated it. He was like devastated by the fact that he was not aging and like a big
Whoops.
life what's the word I'm looking for? Milestone, I guess. That he was like devastated that he wasn't gonna get was that he wasn't gonna get gray hair. He was so upset about that. And then when one day, for no reason at all, he started aging again and got his first gray hair, he was so excited. And then like now, a year or two later, I think about this and I'm like, that's from Age of Adeline. Did I just steal that? Anyway,
Sometimes
go
you
on,
gotta steal
Smithy.
stuff. Okay. I think another thing is I'm not gonna say this is a current fear of mine, but in a lot of video games I was real scared of going in the water because of Jack and Tack. Because in Tack and the Power of Juju, you can go in the water and you can swim, and I realized that this is in order to prevent you from going out of bounds. If you swam too far away from like the mainland, a bunch of jellyfish would immediately come and kill you instantly. And it was different. You could see them coming on the horizon too.
That's so funny. That's actually hilarious.
Like,
I
they- like,
love that.
They just I think it was. I don't even think it was moths. I think it was just a PNG of 3 jellyfish, and they just come in and then kill you, and then they leave. And then in
That's
Jack and
hilarious.
Daxter, if you got too far, a lurker shark would get you, and you would hear it coming, because you would hear just, and then it'd eat you. And it was so scary at first, but then my sister and I found out you can essentially jabait the lurker shark. You can sit in the water, and you can hear it get closer and closer, and then you jump out of the water at the last second, and you just watch it turn around and swim back under. I think we tried to kill it at least once, but we couldn't.
Man,
But,
I wish I played Tack when I was younger.
Really?
You can play it now.
You could play it now.
I could play it now, but I'm in the middle of Full Metal Alchemist land.
These are mutually
Well,
exclusive.
there was a Full Metal Alchemist game for the PS2, wasn't there?
I want to play it so bad. It's called Bluebird something. I was talking about this the other day. I want to play that game
Get
so
an
freaking bad,
emulator!
bro.
Learn to emulate.
Dude,
Well,
I
would
would.
really-
I would, because remember I got sent that link for what game? Good grief.
Don't ask me.
Sonic Unleashed. Sonic Unleashed.
Oh, yeah.
I got sent the link, but then I didn't realize that I had to have a copy of the game on my computer, and I was so sad because
You
I was
don't-
so excited to play that.
You don't necessarily have to have a copy of the game, you just have to have the BIOS from the game, which is how emulation just works when it comes to games like that. Specifically, that was like what console was that on?
The emulator was for Xbox 360, but it also came out on other consoles.
It also
Well-
came out for the PS2. I should know. I have it. It was my favorite game of all time.
I freaking love Sonic Unleashed, and it gets so much hate just because it came out during the like werewolf craze. And I'm like, no, dude, Sonic Unleashed was such a good game. It was such a good game. It is my favorite Sonic game.
Also, Jay, check Stream Chat real quick.
Okay. But I was talking about this to somebody recently. I was like, there is not a single Sonic game to me until Frontiers that has recaptured the like childlike wonder I felt playing Sonic Unleashed.
That's understandable. I really liked playing. I know everybody doesn't like Sonic Forces, and I understand why. But to me, it's one of my
I
favorite
didn't hate
games.
Sonic
solely
Forces.
because
I never
there was-
finished it because it was so short and I didn't want it to be over.
That's people. It's one of, not gonna say like the most hated, because I think it's not that much hated, but it is one of like the less popular Sonic games. But I will never hate it for one reason and one reason only. There is no other Sonic game where I can just make my own character and hang
Yeah.
out with my good friend Sonic the Hedgehog.
Right?
They need to do
I
that
really did
again,
like
but
Forces,
like
and-
longer.
They do.
Yeah. Because like Sonic
what they need?
Forces kind of recaptured the feel to me, almost, not exactly, of Sonic Chronicles, which was my favorite DS game. And I never got the chance to finish it because my copy of the DS game was corrupted at chapter 10 and I could never get past it. So I have no idea how that game ends.
Oh. Well,
I want
No.
my third storybook game.
Honestly,
That would be cool.
I was promised 3 storybook games, and people
I
hated.
wish-
People were haters too much, so they
I
only made
freaking
2.
I loved Sonic the Black Knight. I feel like Sonic and the Secret Rings just wasn't made for the Wii because it was really hard to play on the Wii.
I'll
and
be
I did
honest,
not have as much
I
fun.
played Secret Rings, but only the party game mode because that was so much fun.
I never
That's
got
all
to
I
play the party
remember.
game mode because it was just me and my brother and my mom, and I was the only person who would play any of the Sonic games because I was the Sonic person in the
The
family.
Sonic.
Yeah,
You-
well,
you
because
were
I
the
think the funniest.
Sonic.
I was the Sonic. I was the Sonic because I had a Sonic. I had a set of Sonic pajamas. It was like one of those onesies. I wore that thing all the fucking time. But it's so funny to me thinking back. When I told my mom I thought I had ADHD, I've never told her that I've got autism because I don't think she would handle it well. But when I told her I had ADHD, she goes, "Well, you were normal when you were a kid," and all I could think was, "Mom,
No.
I would watch Sonic X religiously. She had to delete her soap opera saves so that I could record new episodes of Sonic X, and I refused to delete any of the episodes I had recorded. I knew each episode by heart, and I would literally sit there and pause episodes frame by frame to show her animation errors, and I would zoom around the entire house screaming the theme song every time I watched it. And this was not, I was not like small when I did this. This was when I was like 12 and 13. And I'm like, oh, I was normal, huh? I was normal when I was a kid? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that, Charlotte? I don't think I was. That's just one of my favorite things to talk about when I'm like, yeah, I don't know how I didn't know I was autistic. I don't know how I didn't know that. Every single one of my friends knew that. And when I was like, hey, I think I might have autism, they were like, yeah.
Yeah.
One of my friends goes, I thought you were diagnosed.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I was like, no. No, I was not. I was not
I'm gonna be
diagnosed.
honest. Sonic the Hedgehog's kind of like the patron saint of ADHD and autism to me.
True. No,
Oh,
he
well,
literally is.
He's so ADHD autistic. And I think one of the funniest things is like one time I said that to somebody, I was like, I think that Sonic the Hedgehog is autistic. And then they were like, he's got ADHD for sure. I was like, well, yeah, but I also think he's autistic. And this person was just like, well, yeah, he's definitely got ADHD. I was like, why are you so against autistic Sonic? What is,
You know how it is.
why?
He eats one
'Cause
food.
He does eat one food.
He eats one food. And he gets appalled when a second food is suggested to him, even though that food
Well, he
was
did
cat
eat those.
food, and
He
I
did like those
probably also
dumplings
would
in
be
Sonic
upset.
in that one Sonic Unleashed animation. It was him.
Well,
and
he
Chip
has
fighting
his
over the last
safe
dumpling.
food. He
Sonic.
has his safe
Yeah,
food.
that's his. He also only ever wears one pair of shoes, one specific type of clothing, unless it's those costumes. But those are like special occasions in gotcha games, and rarely ever in like a main series game.
He wears gloves.
Sonic.
All the time.
Sonic is one of those okay, this is actually I'm gonna go on a small like personal tangent rant about something really quick that pisses me off when autism is discussed in online spaces. I hate when people boil down quote unquote safe foods into being like, oh, you only like potato smiles and grilled cheese. And it's like,
It's just
no.
chicken. All you eat are chicken nuggets, and it's like no, it's safe food. Some people say food is chicken nuggets, and it
Yeah.
is potatoes. But for some other people, it could be like straight up like steak or something. It
Yeah.
depends on person to person.
Yeah.
It's
And
safe
it
food.
My
depends
safe food
culturally
for
too.
my safe food for all of middle and high school was always, this is what my grandma made me every single day for lunch for like 8 years, and I always ate it because it was the only thing I wanted for lunch. It was it always had to be two ham and mayonnaise sandwiches
Oh.
that had sat and gotten soggy,
Oh.
and then a bag of Cheetos that I would then put on the sandwiches.
Interesting.
And that was every single day for 8 years. That's all I ate.
But like,
And it
sa-
had to be cut diagonally.
but safe food just refers to like something that an autistic person can reliably eat that won't cause issues regarding texture, taste, whatever. Like, it doesn't refer to foods that are bland. Sorry.
No.
I'm like, and it always pisses me off because like all of the foods that they list as the stereotypical safe foods are always really, really, really bland. And it's like,
Mhm.
no, my
And
safe.
very American.
Oh, very American. But it's like, no, when I was growing up, my safe food was spicy ramen, and it still is.
Mhm.
So like, I don't know. It just pisses me off. But Sonic is definitely one
Well,
of those people one of those autistics who's like, his safe food is something that is very distinctly not bland. And
no.
if you'd
Yeah.
suggested potato smiles and chicken nuggets to him, I think he'd gag.
I definitely think he would dislike chicken nuggets, but he might like potato smiles. I think
Uh,
he would like potatoes.
maybe, but I just don't imagine him to be the type who would be very interested, considering his primary safe food is something that is more flavorful. I don't think he would be
Mhm.
interested in, like,
You
potato
can make potatoes
smiles.
flavorful.
Well, but potato smiles are inherently not, is the thing.
Yeah.
Those are very
I think he would like
stereotypically not flavorful.
I think you could make a good potato not salad, potato casserole with potato smiles.
Potato.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm holding a knife.
But you're not in my house, so I win.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
Jake could throw it really far.
That would be so scary if you like were in my house and busted into my office just now with a knife.
I'm making corn on the cob again.
Are you
Corned
seasoning it?
bread.
I have butter this time.
And how
Good,
you
Because
putting
last time I
Heinz I
last time I
pepper
made
as
corn
well.
on the cob, I only had salt and pepper. That well, I have like seasonings, but I didn't have any butter.
Now you can add butter.
UI tooltip.
Add butter to your corn for a burst of flavor.
The funniest thing to me is like butter doesn't even really have that much flavor to it. It's like very lightly salted.
That's if you get
I,
salted
I,
butter.
I like salted butter.
Yeah, that's what
I
you
don't
eat
like
with
unsalted butter.
corn. I'm not gonna just put unsalted butter on my corn. That's not gonna make it taste good.
You might.
No.
You never
Butter.
If
know.
I wanted just oily corn, I
Fuck!
have canola oil.
People do that about a popcorn.
Oily corn.
They also salt popcorn though.
No. They put like powdered cheese and other
Yeah, and in the
strange
powdered cheese there is
concoctions.
salt because in cheese there is salt.
Salt would never be in a cheese. Milk goes in a cheese.
Yeah, and then you salt it to taste.
Salty milk? What?
Ah! Oh!
Percy already doesn't like normal milk.
Because milk
Wait, you have
already
ice
tastes
cream.
like that. But this is chocolate and cookies and cream.
No, you said
And
milk tastes
swirl.
bitter, not salty.
It's bitter and sour.
It's not supposed to be.
I know that now, but nobody would tell me that for years. So here's a fun
I know, because
anecdote.
I'm the one who told you, and you were like, "What?" It's supposed to be sweet.
Here's a fun anecdote for y'all. For years, okay, so I think I figured out why this happens. So I have this issue where anytime I drink milk, it tastes sour. Like whether or not it's in date does not matter. Like milk without fail is always sour to me. Um, I went searching for information on this recently and came to the conclusion that it's probably like a minor super taster type thing because the uh it the sour taste would be coming from the lactic acid being well acidic, which you're not
Mm-hmm.
typically you're not supposed to taste that when you drink milk. It's supposed to be semi sweet and creamy in its taste.
Mm-hmm.
um well, here's the thing though, I've had this issue since I was a child. And anytime I've brought it up, people have just accused me of drinking like bad milk. Like, oh, well, you just had milk that was expired. Surely there was nothing actually wrong. Your milk was just expired, and you're an idiot for drinking it. Which, not the case, but whatever. So I was desperately asking people, well, what is milk supposed to taste like? What is it supposed to taste like? And nobody would tell me. Nobody would
They
tell
all
me
just
what.
said it's supposed to taste like milk.
Yeah, it's supposed to taste like milk. Well, what does milk taste like? It tastes like milk. What does that mean? Well,
And it
yeah.
wasn't until like last year or the year before that we were talking about it, and I was like, milk is sweet.
News
It's
to
always
me.
blandish to me. Like
You
there
said
is a
it's what?
sweetness to it, but it's bland.
Yeah.
I can't drink it without adding like syrup or coffee creamer to it.
Syrup to your milk?
Yeah,
What?
That makes sense to
yeah.
me.
Put a squeeze a little bit and I
Fuck.
stir it up.
Nah,
Like-
man. Like chocolate syrup I get because that's you're making chocolate milk, but I just like milk.
You,
It
yeah, you
does
can
not
put
like
candy
me
syrup
though.
in it. It's good.
Does not like me at all.
I think milk is supposed to taste like a milk dud if you took the dud out.
So
What's the dud?
just the malted part with no chocolate.
Yes, good. Fantastic. They should make that a thing, actually.
You could get a malted milk ball and then just eat the chocolate off of it and save the little.
Bah.
You know what? I like
little
milk duds.
ball.
Unfortunately, I'd have to eat chocolate if I wanted to do that.
No, but then you save the milk balls for later, and then you just eat those.
Whoa. How do you ball a milk?
It's malted milk.
Let it curdle.
you
That's
no,
cheap.
you have to make the milk mold?
You have to maul the milk. You have to put it in the same room as a bear.
That's not what I meant, but I actually do like milk duds, though.
Milk duds are yummy.
If you can believe
I don't
it.
know if I've ever actually had milk duds.
They're so good. That was like my go-to
I've
movie
had malted
theater
milk
food.
balls.
You should go shoplift some right now.
Shoplift some right now? Everything's closed. I would just be breaking
That
and
makes it
entering and
super
then
easy.
theft. No, because then the alarm goes off when you go in.
I'm not allowed
Not
to
if you're
endorse
careful.
this.
Did you say you're not allowed to endorse this?
Yes.
Guys,
You can't be
won't
For legal
encouraging crime
purposes.
on stream.
I am simply
You won't
joking.
believe it. I've got an early copy of Digimon Story
Shoplifting
Time
is a
Train.
funny
Did you wanna
occurrence that
see?
happens in video games like Grand Theft Auto.
You see, Twitch mods, it is simply what you would call a joke. It is
I'm not
happening.
gonna grand
see-
theft an auto.
See, the joke is in Minecraft.
That's
You
like
can't-
when
you
people
can't-
are like,
you can't do in Minecraft anymore. They know it's
No.
in Minecraft. You gotta go in Fortnite.
In Fortnite.
Oh, guys, I have exclusive day one screenshot of.
hang on, I can't look, I'm salting my corn.
Behold, the future of Digimon.
Man, okay, this is unrelated to
really
anything, but
small
I
on
was
my
thinking about it
screen.
because I was boiling corn. So we were watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood the other day, and Winry delivers that baby in Rush Valley. She says she needs boiling water. What she needs is boiled water.
Boiling water for your pregnancy.
Because like what you
World's
need is
cleanest
boiled
baby.
water so it's sterile, but she says she needs boiling water. And that's a thing in O3 too. The water gets cold, so Ed accidentally transmutes it so that it's steaming hot again.
No, it's
I'm like, what is happening over there, man?
no,
You guys are trying to singe that baby with boiled water.
no. You need
Make
your
it into a stew.
hard boiled baby.
Oh no!
Actually,
You can't hard boil that baby.
You gotta.
now that maybe it's not necessarily incorrect, because like the boys boil the water, right, and then they give it, but the water isn't like used immediately, so
No, but that's
it's had time to
what gets
cool.
me is that Winry specifically in Rush Valley says she needs boiling water.
Yeah, for when it's time to use the water.
Yeah.
So if you boil it, then
No,
it's hot.
but no.
she could have just said she needed boiled water.
No, it needs to be boiling so that it's ready when it's ready. When it's ready when it's needed.
Otherwise, those
It's
boys would
just
try to transmute it directly into boiled water instead of boiling it first. And that would create a weird situation.
no, it wouldn't.
Can
'Cause
you
they
turn
only
water
need it.
into boiled water without boiling it?
Well, they could boil it and then not be worried about it staying hot.
Nah, they'd be worried
Because you
about it.
don't need it
Brother,
to be
brother,
constantly
brother,
boiling it. You just
brother,
need it to be boiled.
brother. I need to correct you here. You, uh, they were freaked the fuck out. Do you think they would have the cognizance to think, all right, I need to boil this water, not I need to transmute boiled water? That's what Lear's getting at.
What she should have said to, in my opinion, was, "I need you to boil some water." Not, "I need boiling water."
No, it's fine. I think it's fine. You are outnumbered here.
Every time I watch that episode, I'm just like, Winry, you don't need boiling water.
You're
You're gonna
outnumbered.
burn yourself.
What
It's
if I get-
okay though, I let it slide because she's 15 years old and only knows because she grew up reading medical textbooks instead of picture books like most kids her age. That's exactly how Ed says it in that episode.
What if I give Sarlix a
He
little
says,
mustache?
Then he would have a
Look
little
at
mustache.
you. Oh, hey, I have another picture for everyone. I want you to guess what's wrong with this image.
But
No, the butt's fine.
Oh, the textures.
Yeah, for some reason his wings aren't transparent,
That's weird.
which is weird because the other Roblox Digimon game has the proper transparency on his wings.
this guy's just special.
A shiny Digimon.
But it is also really interesting to see exactly how his wings are like shaped, at least in his old model. Beep. There's a rat. Get it. We should play some. We should play. We should play Liesel together again.
Oh, yeah.
We should. I was gonna ask
hated
Percy
it.
earlier if we were gonna play a game tonight or not, and I had Lethal in mind, but then I fell asleep, and when I woke up, he was already streaming.
Well, you left last night before I could say I was gonna do art tonight, so.
Well, I was sleeping. Actually, I was
That's not-
reading.
Yesterday!
Mm-hmm.
Well, what are your plans for tomorrow?
None yet.
Maybe we could play tomorrow. I get out at like Well, I think I get out like an hour after you start streaming. I don't remember. You stream at 7:30 your time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 8:30 my time, so I should be at the very least on my way home from work by then, if not already home.
Problem.
Problem?
Oh,
Thunderstorm blue screened my computer, so I got rid of it.
Oh
oh,
no.
So we'll have to play unmodded if we play that.
That's fine.
Or you
yeah,
guys
that's
can play
fine.
without me, alternatively.
That unmodded is perfectly fine.
I'm fine with unmodded. They updated
Okay.
some of the stuff in the actual game to make the person in the at the computer have an easier time.
Yeah, I was gonna say most of
Yeah,
the things that we
The
used
J
the
update.
mods for anyway was for me.
yeah, they
Aside
have
Was
a
for
from
be-
me
it's
or to
got a
make it
better.
more scary.
It's
Shouldn't have
got a
put.
better map screen now that actually shows the terrain like increments and stuff.
You can
Much,
also. It also shows you how to guide people out of the building.
yeah,
It gives you
just
like a directional arrow. Well, cause like I always felt bad just staying on the ship because I was like, I feel like I'm not that helpful here
You are
without all these
though.
mods.
you are, and especially like, and if everybody dies inside, at the very least, you can make it out, and we don't lose
Mm-hmm.
all our stuff.
Exactly.
But I
Yeah.
like losing all our stuff. I love
Lee's the
level
only
1.
one who agrees I'm not as useful in the ship because then we can't lose all our stuff.
Yeah.
I love the roguelike formula. I love starting from 0.
My brain's going everywhere. Oh, I know I've been talking about TAC for the past hour. Good music. Love that game. But another platformer I want to talk about is Jack and Daxter because that was one of the first PlayStation 2 games we ever had. My uncle gave it to us, and Jack and Daxter is like
Oh,
one of
I almost closed my art program without saving.
scary, but Jack and Daxter is also one of like I don't think it's the first, but it was one of the first open world games ever. The fact that you can get from just about every location to another without a single loading screen, you just went and and there was also fast travel with the portal system, and the music was lovely. I remember Mark Mothersbaugh from Devo. He worked on the soundtrack. And they had in-game bloopers, which was cute, like a little the little actor. That's another thing that is missing from a lot of movies and video games. It's just in character, out of character bloopers. Like they used to have those at the end of Pixar movies.
Mm-hmm.
They had them in Jack and Daxter. They should do that more often.
No.
Oh, you're the baby,
No,
Bloopers do not make money. That's why they stopped having them.
which is sad.
bloopers could make money.
Video games are not allowed to be silly anymore. Movies are not allowed to be silly anymore.
You're not allowed to have special features.
Comedy is
You cannot
forbidden.
have you cannot have the VeggieTales Jonah commentary feature where the pirates who don't do anything commentate over the entire film and talk about hush puppies.
Do y'all remember for Lion King 1.5,
Yes.
they had
Yes.
special like menu? There was like a menu game. I freaking loved that thing. I would put that movie in just to play that game.
I remember the one where you had to find all the hidden Mickeys.
Oh.
They don't make
What a time
DVDs
to
like
be
they used
alive, the
to.
early 2000s.
Really, for
Games
real.
had DVDs had menus and games and trivia. They had little trivia challenges. You could
Fuck.
watch trailers. They had a special little
You could
menu
still
for
watch
trailers.
VCR tapes,
Yeah.
VHS tapes because you had a VCR DVD player combined.
The, back in my day, We had thick TVs, and we had entertainment systems where it would be like a big
We had a
stereo
thick
with
TV. We
thick
had a thick
TV,
TV from the 80s. It
and
was a big old box TV.
and like
I'm
you
not
said,
sure about the thick TVs.
Our thick TV made a whining noise all the time.
Thick TVs are cool because kids can hold magnets up to them and make the colors funny. But thick TVs are not
We
cool
never
because
did
they can
that.
also fall on children.
yeah,
Ours was a big old floor TV.
I love getting squished under the TV.
I remember my
Our
sister and
TV
I, we
was
used to
like 3
touch.
feet tall and 3 feet wide, and it sat on the floor. And when I
Well,
went down there and found out they got rid of it, I was so sad. And they were like, "It didn't work anymore. The audio stopped working. We needed a different one."
Aw.
can't get crushed by the TV if it's on the floor.
That's what you think. Square. They're conveniently cube dice shaped and capable of rolling forward.
This
No,
one
but-
was not. It was heavy. It was heavy. Percy saw it. He saw that TV. It was solid.
I do remember it.
But speaking of like the combination DVD, we had the combination DVD, VHS, CD player. They had the big CD players where it had 5 slots. You could put 5 CDs in at once, and it still had the little slots for the cassettes and the big speaker systems in the house.
Why is he
A
dressed
home
with
theater
football?
was a home theater.
Oh, so now he can't be dressed?
I didn't say
Alright,
he can't. I just asked why.
alright, fine. There. You happy?
Maybe. My stream needs to catch up. Yeah! Woo!
Naked with football! Yeah! Alright, you know what? You know what? What I'm gonna do. Oh, I got the alert box working, so now it should be actually audible on stream.
Oh boy.
When I posted that video, I had to go back in and actually edit the sound in so y'all could hear what I was hearing in that moment.
It was an actual me jump scare.
Yeah, and I didn't realize until after the fact that you actually had said in your sub message me jump scare. All right. I love Sarlix's silly little fishing lure earring.
It's cute.
That earring is never coming back out.
Okay, for some reason that reminded me how in some people in Splatoon, I think no, not in. I think it was like an actual like one of the art books or something. How like some Inklings
Explode.
use fishing lures as like a way of flirting with each other. I just remembered that. Speaking of
Ow!
Splatoon, I got oh
I hit my knee. Did that come through on the mic?
Yeah.
I heard a little.
We heard everything shake.
I just finished eating my corn, and I don't think I cooked it long enough, but it's fine. I was impatient. I wanted corn.
Oh, I forgot. I was telling stories about my meandering adventures earlier.
Yeah.
Meander back to telling those stories.
Yeah, so I stopped at the football plush thing, right? Um, so I went 4 places today. I went to the grocery store where I saw that plush football, and then I went to a pawn shop and a thrift shop and a secondhand gaming store. The first one that I went into was the pawn shop, and I was in there for a good minute before one of the employees I'm not even kidding, ran at me and was like, I need to take your backpack and put it behind the counter until you leave. And I'm like, huh?
Oh,
Stealing.
Like, I'm like, what is that about? And so he took my backpack, and then I watched more people come into the pawn shop with backpacks, and he said nothing to them. He said nothing to
Suspicious.
them. And I was like, alright. And then I felt bad about taking back my own backpack because of this. Like, he made me feel weird about my own backpack. It's mine. It was mine. And he took it.
yeah, that
Um,
is suspicious. Weird guy. I don't know. Maybe it was that selective company policy. Maybe he's just being a jerk. I don't know.
I
You got
don't
profiled.
Cause like, I messaged the group DM with Joe, and Joe said that the same thing has happened to him. Um, my theory is that it's a autistic people look shady thing. Cause that
I've never
happens.
taken a bag. I've never taken a bag into a place, but I have absolutely made people think I was gonna steal before, because I'm so anxious about being perceived as stealing that I'm like, I promise I'm gonna pay for this, and then they're like, okay, are you sure? I didn't think you weren't going to until you said something.
Now you seem weird for saying that.
I just am so scared of being like perceived as a thief that I'm like, I'm not gonna steal this. I just don't have anywhere else to put it, so I'm putting it in my pocket for now because I have too many things in my hands, but I'm gonna pay for it.
That,
And then
that's what the
they're like,
basket
"What
is for?
I
That's
never
what a
get a
cart is
basket
for?
because
You
if I get
should.
too much, I never get a cart because I know I'll fill it up.
You don't have to.
You,
You
you
can
will look
choose not to.
significantly less suspicious putting things in a basket than your pockets.
Your
I
family
don't-
literally has a trick where they just push a basket around without anything in it, just to seem less suspicious.
Yeah, because yeah, but I don't.
You should! What's wrong with you?
My dad used to do this. He doesn't anymore. But he used to go to the store just to get his steps in, and he would get like followed around because my dad is 6'2", so he's just like this big lumbering man that's like walking around a store for 30 minutes to an hour and not buying anything. So he would get followed around, and they would be like, "Can we help you?" So he finally started like grabbing a cart and putting one thing in it and then walking around the store so people would leave him alone.
But yeah, the pawn shop thing, that pissed me off. That made me like mad. And I think part of what set that guy off is that I happened to be standing in front of and staring at something expensive at the time. Which, here's the thing. The thing that I was looking at was definitely an expensive item, but not something I could have stolen. It was a fucking electric guitar.
You can do that.
Not successfully, I don't think, especially because it was on the counter behind the cash register.
That's so funny.
Sleight of hand.
You got to get a real high roll on
Put it
that
in your
one.
mouth.
I could probably do it.
Just put it in your mouth and run.
Oh man, that guitar was gorgeous though. I wanted it so bad, but I don't have the money for that. I'm not gonna have the money for that for a while. And it's not a necessity or anything, so it's not like something I should be caring about purchasing. but it was this gorgeous like axe. Oh, oh man, I was in love with it the moment I saw it.
I want to get an instrument so I can start doing music again.
But then, so the pawn shop thing pissed me off. So I left and went to. My next stop was to go to the secondhand gaming store, which is several blocks away. And so I got there, and the first thing I noticed is that they have this really interesting looking. You know those things you put a quarter in and you get like a gumball?
Yeah,
I
A
don't know.
gumball machine?
Well, yeah, but like
that
they're
is
not
what they're called.
they don't always have gumballs in them.
Yeah.
What's the general term for those?
Coin operated goodie machine. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
gotcha.
is it called a gotcha?
Gotcha pawns.
Yeah, they're called gachapons, but
I like coin operated goodie machine.
but so they had one for Pokemon cards. I've never seen anything like it.
Seen one of those.
I was enamored with it. I ended up getting 8 cards out of it. Because
Nice.
it took quarters, and they give you 2 cards per pull. So
That's not bad.
yeah, it's not bad. And also the machine on the machine, it says guaranteed holographic card every 1 in 5 pulls.
Did you get one?
No, because I only pulled 4. But the secondhand gaming store actually expanded recently. So now instead of taking up one small store block, they take up 2. Which is awesome. Because now there's more room to move around. Because it used to be really cramped in there. And it felt
chill.
It felt like they had more stuff too. So that was I liked being in there. I always like being in there because the people in there are nice, and also like it's cool and cool as in temperature. And just like they have a lot of interesting stuff. They had a brand new shelf. Fuck, sticky keys. They had a brand new shelf specifically for books that they were selling, and they had a bunch of Brady guides, and I was like, oh shit, yeah, Brady guides! But they didn't have any World of Warcraft ones.
Oh.
I was so sad about that. They did have a Brady guide. They had multiple Brady guides for Guild Wars, the first one.
Ooh.
So after that, I went to the thrift shop, which is like right next door to the secondhand gaming store. And they had a massive fucking collection of Deep Space Nine VHSs.
Wow.
Hold on a second. And they had other Star Trek stuff, but they mostly had Deep Space Nine.
Wow.
I wanted it so bad, but again, that's not a priority, and I don't have the money for that. And also, I don't know how much a collection like that would be worth or how much they would ask for it.
Understandable.
1 million.
1 million for all the Deep Space Nines!
Deep Space Nine stuff probably goes for a decent amount, huh? Because like
Probably.
that's one of the more popular series.
That's assuming
If
that
I
the people
remember
who
right.
own the thrift shop know what it's worth, though.
They have Guild Wars 1 books. They obviously carry things of the highest value there.
Oh man. There was some there was someone in the thrift shop who was making me laugh though because they were trying really hard to get at because there was like a kitchenware section, but all of the pots and pans had been stacked up together, and they were trying really hard to get at one of the pots that was on the bottom of the stack. So the whole time I was in there, it was just metal clattering because they were trying really, really hard to get at the bottom of the stack.
Well, if you see a good pot,
I guess. I've never been enamored with pots.
well, that's
Okay.
because you can't cook. No stove.
That's true.
Don't need pots if no stove.
That is very true. I do have
Speaking of thrift store, I remember.
what are those things called? A hot plate. That's it. Anyway, go on.
Speaking of thrift stores, I still remember when I went to Savers a few months ago and got a bunch of good stuff. Plenty of good stuff, like the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, little 3 episodes, one from each season. I got a Titan AE VHS. Got some books, but I also remember seeing one book in the section and being like, "What?" And because it was a book on how to write with generative AI, and I was like, "What is
Oh,
this
Yeah.
doing in
what?
Savers? What is this
Huh?
doing in a Savers?" Yeah, and it was just like, why, who would? I was think I was flabbergasted. 90% of the books that were actually useful, and then it was just like, why would anyone want this?
Okay.
I was at work
People-
today, and a guy asked me about some not pesticide. It was herbicide. He was looking for specifically a weed and grass killer, one that wouldn't harm his vegetables. And so I Googled it, and then the fucking AI helper popped up, whatever AI overview, and I grumbled to myself. I said, "Ugh, I hate the AI overview." And he goes, "I love the AI overview.
Oh my
We use
God.
AI at my
Ugh.
job all the time." And I was
oh,
like,
no.
yeah, I just don't like it. I was like, I'm a writer, so, you know, I'm not a fan of what AI is being used for right now.
Here's my thing. Why would there need to be a book about how to write with generative AI when you can just go ask the AI?
I was gonna say, just ask the AI you're having do your job.
Well,
Yeah.
I actually do have an answer for that. Presumably, the book was also written by AI because people really love to make AI-generated books and then flood like Amazon and
Oh, I have to
eBay and
sneeze.
stuff with those. This particularly
excuse me.
became a
Sorry.
problem because, like, one of the things that AI is good at generating is mushrooms, because mushrooms have a pretty, you know what a mushroom
Consistent shape.
Yeah. And the mycology community had to like start making actual like PSAs and warnings. Hey,
I
don't
remember that.
buy any books that are generative AI because you will fucking die if these things are wrong.
Yeah. I saw some
Yeah.
of those.
I mean,
But like, if you can scam $5 out of a few grandmas, you know how it is.
yeah, I just, ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
But
It's a sad state of things. I've talked about it before. I find it very upsetting, and
Mhm.
like, it sucks. It big sucks.
Oh, am I in the wrong episode?
I just remembered.
No, yeah. The second he was like, I love the AI overview. I use AI all the time at my job. I was like, oh, you just went from one of my favorite regulars to somebody I don't think I like very much. Because I just was like, I just ended up going, yeah, I'm a writer, so. And then I didn't say anything else. I was like, I think it could be a useful tool, but the way people are using it right now makes me wish it was never invented.
It could be a useful tool if it wasn't like environmentally like unsustainable. Fuck.
Yeah.
And
Not
it's
even
getting
Because
worse, too.
he was like, I use it to write my emails all the time, and I was like, okay.
What? Fucking loser behavior. What do you mean you use it to write your emails? Are you that much of a like incapable?
Like, do you know how to do your job? I
Yeah.
don't know.
How are you so incapable?
It's decently likely that he was trained to do that. Job training will, like, AI's the new thing.
Yeah, he was like,
They'll teach
I
you
love
to do it.
AI. It's so helpful. It summarizes my emails for me. And I was like, just read your emails, man. I read my emails. I get emails every day. I read them. Not my personal emails, because I don't care about those. But at work, I read all my emails. Like, I don't know, man.
The AI situation is getting even dumber. I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but the big one. They have a contract with the military now,
Oh, nice.
Oh, great.
and it's weird because I've seen a few people that are just kind of like in spaces I'm in that are like, you know, fine with AI for whatever reason. Suddenly, it's a problem when military is involved, but not any of the stuff that was a problem earlier.
This is a
Wild
fucking...
to me.
This is what Full Metal Alchemist would be about if it was set in the modern day.
Yeah.
The homunculus or AI?
They.
Yeah. Chat GPT.
Oh.
I don't know what else I was gonna say, just that's it.
That's all you need.
That's all you need.
I'm trying to find a specific quote from 03 because, sorry, I'm like skimming through episodes. Is episode
Sorry, I'm looking at
25?
stream.
I am trying to find a specific. Oh, this is the opening. That's not what I need. Oh. No, I was right. It's going to be in the next episode, not this one. I'm looking for a specific quote from 03 because I was reading the manga earlier today. And the scene after Hughes dies, where Roy, after his funeral, is talking to Armstrong, and Armstrong gives all the like hints about what's going on. In the manga, Riza says, I guess we weren't able to get any significant information. And then Roy says, on the contrary, the Major was very kind to us. And then he explains everything that Armstrong said that gives all the hints, like the whole, like, he said individuals, suspects. That means there's multiple people. But he also said they had a singular lead, which means it's a group, and all that stuff. But in the manga, he implies that it was intentional. In Brotherhood, he says he was more helpful than he meant to be, implying that Roy thinks that Armstrong did that unintentionally.
Ooh.
So I'm trying to figure out, I want to find the same scene in 03 to see which what they did, because I'm pretty sure in 03 he also implies that Armstrong did not mean to be as helpful as he was, but some of the people in the Full Metal Alchemist server I'm in thought that he knew that Armstrong was trying to help him, which I think that the show unfortunately downplays Armstrong's intelligence a lot for comedic effect, but he's a lot more competent than either show shows him to be.
I'm pretty sure it's the Armstrong was trying to be helpful one. That's what I remember.
Oh, I know
when
he
I
was
watched it.
trying to be, but they kind of imply that, at least in Brotherhood, they imply that it was not intentional. Which is weird because it sounds intentional when he's talking because of the way he specifically says certain words to give hints. So it's like, Roy, what are you doing? I love that episode 26, the episode after Hughes dies. They start the episode off by being like, hey, by the way, when Ed was in Central, he also did all this damage with room service and toys. I found the scene.
Toys damage.
Just sitting here kicking my feet a little bit.
Donkey Kong Country TV series is now free to watch on YouTube.
Oh.
Ooh.
Someone posted the Donkey Kong. Did you ever have Blockbuster or something equivalent when you were younger?
Yes.
We had a Hollywood.
We did have Blockbuster. We also had Hastings. Okay, I found the scene, and Roy doesn't imply one way or the other. Riza says, some help. And then he goes, he was. And then he explains everything. So he doesn't say one way or the other whether it was on purpose or not. Anyway, go ahead. You were talking about Blockbuster.
I was just gonna say that's where I first saw that, as well as the Super Mario Super Show.
First time I ever saw the Super Mario Super Show was with Percy in high school.
Optimal viewing experience, probably.
It was very fun.
Well, that show's better to watch somebody with better to watch with somebody who actually loves it than, you know, anyone else.
I think that's true of most shows.
Well, yeah, but
I'm sure you guys wouldn't like watching Full Metal Alchemist with me as much if I didn't love it as much as I do.
okay, I wouldn't like watching anything with somebody who doesn't love it.
Mm-hmm.
Having watched things with people that hate what they're watching, it's a very not cool experience.
Having
like
watched
watching-
things I hated watching, it's not a very cool experience.
Well, like, I've been around people that are like, you need to watch this, but they, like, seem to dislike the thing they're showing me, to the point that it's like, what? It's like sitting next to
It's like,
a
why are you
nostalgia
forcing
critic.
yourself to watch this?
They're constantly being the nostalgia critic about whatever we're watching.
Like, I don't know. I've given my critiques about shows before, but you can critique a show and still love it.
Yeah, I think you're
I think a
supposed
lot
to.
of people don't. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people. I don't know. I think a lot of people don't understand that there's supposed to be like a duality there.
Well, people seem to be of the
Because I
impression
don't
that
think you can.
people are of the impression
Go
that
ahead.
critique is a bad thing. It's a negative thing
Yeah.
that you don't want to do because it means that you're looking for problems in your media of choice, which is not the case.
No. Because critique doesn't mean you're looking for problems. It means you're paying attention.
It means
And you're truly
you're,
understanding what you're watching.
It means you're willing to accept that the thing you like isn't flawless.
Mm-hmm. Which nothing is.
There's some things.
This cheese is over a month expired. Do you think it's any good?
Probably shouldn't have that.
It was in the freezer for most of that month. It's fine.
Mm,
If I die, we'll find out.
do not die.
Oh.
No dying of the cheese touch, please.
It wouldn't be the cheese touch. It would be some sort of cheese
It would be the cheese
Consumption.
touch, though. He
It'd be
eats the
cheese
cheese
consumption.
in the movie.
I have not seen Diary of a Wimpy Kid in a very long time.
He does eat the cheese.
Oh yeah, because he like disappears. Because he goes to the hospital. Because he's sick. From eating cheese that was on the blacktop for a month. Well, this cheese has been in my fridge for a month, so...
You said it was in the freezer.
The freezer is attached to the fridge.
Their freezer is not the fridge, though.
Well, it was in the freezer for like 3 weeks. How's that sound?
Cheesy.
Where?
Jay's just fucking missing
I
it.
know I have buns in here.
This dude.
I miss a lot of things.
Yeah, and you're missing it right now.
Okay. Would you like to explain it to me?
Well, if somebody would,
Stream.
if somebody would watch my stream.
I'm making food, bro. Forgive me for having a human body that needs nourishment. As Alphonse would say for some reason, because I don't know why he said it like that. You have a human body.
I just got ice cream all over me.
What?
Good.
2 in one day?
I am missing it. Yes! I can't scream right now because it's quiet hours. Hell yeah.
I told you.
I love her little ears.
She has huge ears.
I know, but she's a baby, so they're her little ears. Every baby has little ears.
Yeah, unless you're
Even babies with big ears.
No, I think in this case she does not have little ears.
She's got little ears because they're gonna get big when she grows.
Her
They're
ears
little
are
right now.
as long as her father's ears.
They're
This is-
also shorter than her other father's ears, so...
Well, she needs to grow into them. She needs to grow into them.
Oh, shit.
She still hasn't she doesn't have her grown-up ears yet.
Her grown-up ears?
Yeah. I love that there's this headcanon that goes around among goblin fans that goblin babies are just born with their ears already huge.
Well, that's like with some animals have their ears big already. And like kids, when they're... So my brother, when we were kids, had fucking massive ears. He had a couple satellite dishes on the side of his head. And now...
Him.
Now... Yeah, I am, because he's stupid.
Alright.
I love him, but he's really dumb. Anyway, so as we like when we were in like elementary, middle school, all of his pictures, you can see his ears like sticking out on the sides. And then in high school, they flattened out. I don't know what happened, but they don't stick out anymore.
So only one
That's
of
why
my
I make
ears
fun of him
sticks
about
out.
that one. So
I have ears that stick out, but only one of them.
I don't think I've ever had sticky outy ears. It was something that ran on my grandfather's side in the men in our family. They all have big sticky outy ears when they're little. Speaking of the men in my family when they were little, when I went and visited home the last time before my mom before my mom had to move out of the house she was living in. I was looking through our like family picture albums, and I saw a picture of my uncle's like 2nd grade class, and I sent him a picture of it, and I was like, I think I'm going crazy. You're not in this photo. Where are any of these people you? And he looked at it and he goes, no, I'm not in this photo. And I was like, why do we have this if you're not in it? And he goes, I don't know, but that was my class. I guess he just wasn't there for group picture day. But it made me laugh really hard that he was not in the class photo. Come on, cheese, melt.
They should make more creatures that start out big and then get small. I'm thinking
What
of
happened
like
to...
in Risk of Rain, there's a monster class called Parents, and they also have grandparents and a child's. Yes, they are called childs, not children. But the creatures are based on stars. So the childs are actually the oldest.
Huh.
That reminds me
they're
of
small.
in Mork and Mindy when they had a kid, and the kid was like a 50-year-old man. And I can't remember. He was like bullied by the other kids because the other kids probably thought he was a creep because he just was like trying to play with them on the playground. But they like called him. What did they call him? I think they called him Butch, like a dog. It's been years since I've watched this show. Like literally probably going on 20 years since I've watched Mork and Mindy. But I remember bits from that show that were like really weird. Like Mork drinking through his finger. And then I remember when what was that show called on Nickelodeon? Shit.
SpongeBob.
It had Lucas Cruikshank in it.
I don't know who that is.
The Martian, Marvin the Martian?
Yeah, Marvin the
Is
Martian,
that what
that's it.
Yeah, they took
Wait.
the drinking through his finger bit from Mork and Mindy. It was kind of like a Mork
No,
and
Marvin
Mindy
the Martian
remake.
is from Looney Tunes.
Well, there was also a... Hang on.
No.
I know I thought that was him, but hang on.
Yeah, Martin?
I'm looking it up right now. Martian show. Butt Ugly Martians?
No.
No.
It had Lucas Cruikshank, Fred.
Fred.
Like internet Fred.
Marvin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they took a bunch of bits from Mork and Mindy, and they also took Marvin, as in like Marvin the Martian, because I think he was from Mars.
Yeah.
In the show.
Isn't it fucked up?
I think that show only had like two seasons, 1 or 2 seasons.
What do you mean he was in Monsters vs. Aliens, the TV show?
He has a YouTube channel now that I really like. I haven't watched it in a while, but he and his brother they both make videos on his YouTube channel where they like try stuff. They recently did a video on lean cuisine. I think they called it like getting skinny with lean cuisine or something. And they edited the thumbnail to give them like pencil thin waists. They've also done like, I think they did a homemade dots, like the ice cream Dippin' Dots, a homemade Dippin' Dots video where they were like, this Dippin' Dots thing sucks.
Ooh.
They also did the McDonald's French, like from the 90s, they had this like kit where you could make French fries at home or something. They did that one. And they were like, I can't tell if it's just that it's 20 years expired or if it's just bad.
Interesting. Sorry, I'm watching. I keep watching Sakuga videos specifically of character animation because it's like interesting to me and it makes me want to animate and then I
Hot!
forget.
Why did I touch that? I don't know what I expected to happen just now.
Oh,
That was
you okay?
really dumb. I'm good. I made some burgers because I wanted burgers. And there was a piece of cheese that was like really burnt hanging off the side, and I went to grab it with my bare fingers right as I pulled it off the pan. I'm all right though.
It's good.
Sorry, this is unrelated to anything, but I'm reading this article about that Date Everything game, and there's this one particular sequence of sentences that is so fucking funny. It says, there are 100 dateable objects in the house, and I really do have to romance the vast majority of them all at once if I want to see anything close to a semi-satisfying credits roll. This fact alone instantly turns these intimate interactions into a meaningless gotta date 'em all clickfest. There's even a data dex installed on my in-game phone with everyone given an ID number. And it makes me into the gaming equivalent of a brainless cushion-humping chihuahua.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but
this is making
wasn't
me
this
think
game
of that
supposed to be kind of
ProZD.
parody?
I would assume that, based on the premise alone, I would think it's supposed to be parody, but
It makes me think of ProZD's sketches where it's like Tomoko-chan and Refrigerator Senpai and Lamp Senpai. Okay, I got my burgers.
Borga.
Yay,
Burger.
burger.
I've been to that place one time. We went to
Yeah?
a Comic-Con there.
I've seen really mixed feelings on that game. By the way, I have a VTuber mutual who's super into it, but sad day for Objectum people if it's not good.
Yeah, I think it's also a problem that it just turns them all into attractive human beings, and it's like you're not actually dating the objects. It's hot people dressed as the objects.
That's a problem that most dating sims that are based on non-human things have. Like, there's literally a dating sim based... Fucking Obey Me, the one about demons? They don't look like demons, they just look like anime dudes, and it makes me sad.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, that would probably be a dating sim that I'm super into. I could see myself being really into that one.
It also made me think about that one farming game. I think it's Fields of Mystria. It's a fine enough game, but most of the romance options are like conventionally attractive young people, and then there's
Ugh.
like this old dragon, and like, it's like, oh, it's an old dragon. You can date the dragon, and then it turns into a regular looking dude, and it's like, oh
Have you ever played Pub Encounter?
no.
That one is it is specifically date an old man dating sim.
Ooh.
And I think it's good. I thought it was pretty good when I played it.
I can't wait.
Um,
I'll need to check that out if I remember. Sorry, I'm still watching the video and
imagine being a baby. Couldn't be me.
little baby.
It was you one time.
No, it wasn't.
You just popped
heard it
out
here
fully
first.
formed.
I was manifested.
Kovari confirmed.
Sorry, I just saw my girl on stream. There she is.
She's been on stream.
Well, I also saw Sarissa, so
Oh, well. Yeah, she's also been on stream because I've been using that as my color picking reference.
I've been cooking.
I've been gaming.
I've been drawing.
I've been meaning to draw, but I didn't at all.
I tried drawing, but it did not work out.
Do we think troll babies
I'll
are
draw
born with
later.
tusks?
I think they have
Mm,
like little tiny ones.
Yeah, I can agree with the baby tusk theory.
It would be cute anyway.
I imagine that in Misa's case, because she's half goblin, they're probably not prominent at all.
Oh, she's drooling.
Whoops. There. Oh,
I keep
don't.
seeing Digimon Time Stranger footage.
It makes me so excited. Oh.
You could see them living their lives and just hanging out and talk to them, and there's shops. Oh, apparently you can swap. You know how in Cyber Sleuth and Hacker's Memory, when you swap, it takes a whole turn? It doesn't take a whole turn anymore, apparently.
Nice.
And apparently all the battle lines are voiced for every Digimon. So every
Ooh.
time they do like their signature attack, they say the actual line. Which is fascinating. And like from everything I've seen, like a very common thought among a lot of Digimon fans is this is what happens when we finally give the dev team money.
Oh, I don't
Because
know.
like this is a game with a budget
Oh yeah,
that isn't
clearly.
trapped in the Vita.
I don't know what
Like,
color
you can
to make
straight
her
up just buy
onesie.
moves.
Horde Tabard.
Hold on. Wait. You know what? I am going to color her onesie like a red color for now. But that just gave me an idea for another thing to draw. At this point,
remember the medals from Cyber Sleuth? Apparently now there's a card game, a little card game side activity.
Ooh.
Very cute.
That's preferable over just like collectible little metal things because I'm gonna be honest, those weren't fun to me.
Yeah. It was also kind of sad because like I get a medal and be like, "Whoa, is this Digimon in the game?" It's like, no, just a medal, and they haven't been in a game since Digimon Masters in 2006, and then they were
Yeah.
New Century, but only as an NPC. Makes me sad. And I know there's only 450 Digimon in Time Stranger at the moment, but I'm assuming in future updates and DLC they'll add more. Please. Please, I need my boyfriend. Please. Did I tell you about the dream I had about Grotomon?
I don't think so.
I had a dream. I had a dream that I went to Savers, and I'm looking around, and in one section, I see a plushie of him. And I just remember feeling so happy. I straight up squealed, and I picked him up, and I was hugging him, and I was going to buy him, and then I woke up, and I realized it wasn't real, and I was like genuinely sad.
Oh.
And I still am. Like, there's not even like fan-made plushies of him. At least not that I can see. Let me
Are you
look it
gonna
up.
draw her in Sarlix's jersey?
No.
That'd be cute.
There's
It
a
might
cute
be
little.
cute.
It's a cute little 3D printable model, but no plushies. No plushies of my little round man.
Her eyes look too
Bobby,
sad. I
why?
keep drawing her with eyes that make her look really sad. They're supposed to be cute
Maybe
because
she
I
look
Howdy.
sad.
because I this is how I draw like the eyes on like Bowser Jr. to make him look cutesy,
Mm-hmm.
but like they just keep making her look sad more than anything.
I wonder if it's because her face is a different shape than his.
Maybe. I feel like her face is a little.
Because he's
too
got
far
the
to
snout.
side. Yeah, that might be it. Okay, speaking of Nintendo properties, actually, I want King K. Rool to show up as much as the next person, but the amount of the amount of cope I've seen with the theories that people are throwing around.
Some people are saying, what if Mario's the final boss?
What?
That would be
Like,
really funny.
like, apparently the game is a prequel, that it's like, what if Mario is the final boss? Because, like, you know, the original Donkey Kong was Mario versus Donkey Kong to get Lady.
I don't think it's a prequel, personally. I've seen the theory that I saw that I actually think is somewhat plausible was someone saying that what if little baby Pauline was de-aged by being put in the rock, and when you get to the end of the game, her wish will turn her back to her proper age.
Oh, yeah, because she's like 13 right now.
Yeah.
Little baby. Also, another thing is they made Donkey Kong thick and like. Ever just see a poster of someone that's like, why is he cheeked up? It's like good for him. Good for him. You may smack it once. I think the only thing that makes me kind of sad is that apparently Time Stranger still hasn't been announced or even mentioned for the Switch or Switch 2. Like, I'm getting it on Steam, but like some people can't get the PS5 or whatever, and considering how many Digimon games were on the original Switch, I wonder if like maybe they're waiting for Switch 2 to put it to Switch 2, like maybe it'll get it later, but also it's coming out for everything but, which feels weird. Feels real weird to me. But that's just me. But also, speaking of October, I'm still, on one hand, a little bit worried that it's coming out in the same month as Pokemon Legends EA, but at the same time I realize that they're probably doing it in October to coincide with Digimon Beat Break.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Speaking of Beat Break, we haven't seen a single piece of footage for that, for an anime coming out in October. And like, on one hand, you know, take your time. But on the other hand, it's like...
Concerning.
Yeah. Especially with Toei being like, oh, we might be using AI in our anime planning and anime backgrounds or whatever. And it's like... It's like, don't ruin this, Toei. Don't ruin this. What happened?
Hold on, I need to remember how to draw this.
Oh. Speaking of babies, I should draw Petunia more often. I should draw my Mario RPG OCs more often.
Oh no! Okay, so I went into the Full Metal Alchemist server to circle back on the whole, like, Roy implying that Armstrong was doing it on purpose or not. And I said, okay, so now that I've had an opportunity to rewatch this scene in 03, it's unclear whether Roy thinks Armstrong meant to be helpful or not. And then I was like, after he walks away, Riza sarcastically says, some help. And Roy replies, he was, and then goes into the explanation. And then somebody replied, manga Roy is, he meant to do that. BH is, he didn't. 03 is centrist. The full spectrum. Oh, that got me really good. That was very funny. 03 Roy is a centrist, though. Oh, she's so cute.
Here's our
Her
horde
chubby
baby.
little cheeks. Horde baby.
Something very funny about the idea of putting your toddler in. Like, with the way the Horde and the Alliance haven't been at war for a little bit, at this point they're kind of like football teams.
Yeah.
Putting your baby.
That's why I was like, are you gonna put her in Zarlix's jersey?
Putting your baby in a
getting the
Horde
same
tabard at such a young age is the equivalent of rooting for your preferred team at that point.
I mean, people put their kids in American flag themed stuff all the time.
That is fair.
Like, my nephew is 13 and his favorite thing in the entire world has been the American flag for as long as I have known him. He fucking loves flags, but especially American flags. He has so many. He has a collection of flags. He has 13-star flags. He has 48-star flags, 49-star flags from before we stole Hawaii. He has a bunch of the state flags, almost all of them.
Man, that's a lot of stars on those flags. That must have been an incredible pull.
Babe, I'm gonna have to put you on the floor.
All right,
I will snuggle you if you sit in my lap, but you're not gonna be up on the counter.
Likely one of the worst jokes I'll tell tonight, but all right.
It's okay. You can make a gotcha joke.
I don't even play gotcha.
It's okay.
I love making gotcha jokes just because they're easy, though.
Babe, I'm not picking you up again. My cat wants my attention so bad.
You don't have to play gotcha to make jokes about a 5-star pull.
Babe, stop it. Stop. Stop.
I played Genshin Impact once.
Really?
The only gacha game I've ever wanted to
The
play
story
was
was
the Full
kinda
Metal
nice.
Alchemist mobile game that is no longer available.
Oh, I guess I did play not Final Fantasy, Fire Emblem Tactics as well.
The original Cookie Run wasn't a gotcha, was it? It's only the newer ones?
Okay, do you want me to go into like do you want me to go into like the full history or just like a little rundown, like a little?
That's up to you.
Because when
I'll
you
listen
say,
either way.
'cause when you say the first Cookie
Lordum.
Run,
Well, okay,
I'm assuming you mean Oven Break,
yes,
right?
Oven Break.
Okay, yeah, no, that technically it. Well, no, it still kind of was a gotcha. Like you could get you had to play, and then no, technically it was also it was primarily an infinite runner, but there was also a gotcha where you get new characters, but you could also get them for
What?
free from events. Then there's Cookie Run Kingdom, which is the primary gotcha.
Yeah, that's
Slash-
the one.
Why is Inuyasha on the homepage of Archive? What?
The
Inuyasha mentioned on the homepage.
Kingdom is the one that I know for being a gotcha, and that's the one that I avoid. Because
Good.
a lot of okay, maybe the game is not bad, but the fans sure aren't selling me on it.
As somebody who's been playing it on and off for several years, it's alright. It's alright. It's got like a little story. They recently made one of the other story chapters a little easier to obtain because before you had to have like a really high level team in order to progress, but now they made it easier so that way you can actually experience the story. But it's very it is slightly F2P friendly, but also they really push the whole you need this big overpowered unit either for PvP or if you want to get all the rewards by going through like the hard difficulty of the story levels or the extra hard difficult, the master difficulty, and then there's the events where you can do combat events, and then sometimes it's just easy, and then other times it's like you need this specific newly released cookie right now if you want to get even a chance at getting a high score, or you have to get all your units to max level at the very least, and it's like, and you can't really do that unless you either A, hoard resources and grind for as much as possible, or buy the packs in the shop. So you're honestly, you wouldn't be missing out too much if you just watched like the cutscenes on YouTube or something.
Mm.
But I will say I do like
Just
the
like Clash of
designs.
Clans.
My exposure to Cookie Run Kingdom has mostly been through osmosis from people I follow, but the thing is that a lot of these people I follow, they love getting into arguments,
Oh.
and that's the problem. That's the whole reason I'm
yeah.
like, y'all aren't selling me on this game.
I don't really interact with the fans at large. I do be watching the animatics on YouTube though.
um I used to be in like a Kirby server, and it's always Kirby server. It's always fucking Kirby servers.
It's Kirby.
But I was in this Kirby server, and there was this one really popular artist who was like a known name in the Kirby fandom. Probably still is, honestly. I can't imagine that they've lost their popularity, but there was some discussion going on regarding Cookie Run, and in Cookie Run there are plenty of cookies that use they them, that are like strict they them users, and
Yeah.
it's like, it's like, since they them is the only thing used for these cookies, you would think that people would go, ah, that is this cookie's pronouns. This is not up to me
Yeah,
to
no.
decide. Just like Frisk and Chris, but like,
Yeah, no, people are stupid.
but
about that.
this particular Kirby artist was
that
not
baby
a
a studded
non-binary
bracelet?
person. It's not a studded bracelet. It's supposed to be like beads. It's gonna be pink.
Oh, okay. I just,
haven't gotten
it just
there
looked like it's okay.
Um.
I just tabbed back in and it looked like a studded bracelet.
You think Punks would not give his baby a studded bracelet? Are you kidding me?
Oh, he would. That's why I said it.
But this particular Kirby artist is non-binary and uses they them, and was arguing in favor of deciding whatever pronouns you want for these non-binary cookies, and I was like, what? What? How are you? How do you? What? I was baffled by this, and I think that's the point at which I left that server.
Understandable.
That server, I believe, was either run by or co-owned by somebody that turned out to be a terrible person too. So, it's always the fucking Kirby servers.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about Kirby fans, but they really love to cause problems.
Frankly, I think it's a very common phenomena in fan spaces. It's kind of like opposites attract, I think, because you'll notice how this isn't always the case, and there are exceptions in every rule. But it seems like how a lot of times the stuff for cute fan bases, for fan bases of cute stuff like Cookie Run or Kirby or Hello Kitty tend to attract some of the most rancid human beings alive.
Literally.
And vice versa, fans of stuff like horror media or Breaking Bad have some of the more chill people.
Yeah. The horror I've sat firmly in both horror fandom and Kirby fandom, and the people I've met in the horror fandom are infinitely nicer than anyone I've ever met in the Kirby fandom, and that's nuts.
I feel like cartoon fandoms are so prone to toxicity. And I don't know why. I
want to
I don't
say
know. I wonder if it's...
I want to say that it's likely because they're populated by older fans, people who are getting up there in their late 30s, early 40s, who never learned media literacy, so they think their age grants them a sort of authority.
Yeah, that sounds accurate. It's just a shame because it's so pretty much all of my favorite media is animated. And unfortunately, I have run into, like, I don't know, I wouldn't say the Full Metal Alchemist fandom is like heinous or anything. I think most people I've run into have been really kind and have like pretty nuanced takes on the series, and we can have good conversations about it. But then sometimes I'll run into somebody who just has the most like ass backwards read of a character or of the series at large, and I'm like, what do you mean? I was talking to Lear about this the other day. There was somebody in the Full Metal Alchemist fandom who told me one time that they wished that they knew Envy in real life because he would stand up for them against their bullies. And I was like, he would bully you. I didn't say this to them, but I was like, Envy would kick your ass and laugh at you for crying. What do you mean? And the reason I bring this up is because this person also had the weirdest takes about like other characters. So the whole envy would beat up my bullies thing isn't even the thing that gets me the most. It's shit like Greed would take the Elric's last name just because he wants it.
I think I saw you post about that one at some point.
Oh my goodness. I don't know if I've ever posted about it because I'm not trying to start shit. Oh, I did post about it, but I don't. This person doesn't have Blue Sky, I don't think.
I'm
This
not
is the
sure if
same
I posted
person.
about it. I did post about it.
Well, I was trying to think about because I wasn't sure if I had, but I did. Because this is that same day I was talking about. This same person is the person who like accused me of being a creep because I wrote porn of adult characters. Because this person, so they joined a server that I'm in, and we had a not safe for work channel for the ship Ed Win, because they are adults. At the end of the series, they're adults and they have kids. So like, you know, we have a not safe for work channel for them. And so this person asked for access to the not safe for work Ed Win channel, went in there, saw that there was not safe for work of Ed Win, and then got freaked out and immediately left. And was mad about it. It's like, this person has so many weird takes. And then there's also there's like a huge fraction of the fandom that for some reason just doesn't understand Kimberly as a character. And I don't understand how you could not understand him, because he is at his core very, very basically supposed to be like insane. And like has no empathy at all whatsoever. He takes pride in the horrors he commits. But then people will be like, I saw somebody one time write Roy as if he basically, this person wrote Roy like you would write Kimberly. Like taking pride in what he did and only apologizing because that would look better. And I just was reading this and I was like, this person likes Kimberly but is writing Roy this way and doesn't like Roy. And I just had this moment of like, oh, you have a fundamental misunderstanding of this series, I think. Because yes, Roy is a war criminal and deserves critique for that. But you can't just like critique Roy and then have those opinions about Kimberly. I don't know, man. It was weird. It was a weird experience. Anyway. And then you can't talk to people about this in the fandom because they get upset. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like be rude. I just want to talk about characters. And we have fundamental differences in the way we understand them.
I developed a cool technique to get around that issue.
Don't talk to people.
No, almost. Instead of talking to fandoms about things, I talk to my friends.
True.
Yeah, that'll do
I
it.
also do that.
I've been trying to get better about talking to my friends about stuff I like. That's a thing I struggle with for some reason.
Friends are pretty scary.
My cat freaking gouged my leg yesterday trying to jump up on me and he slipped. And it hurts. I keep thinking about Envy in Brotherhood being like talking about the word Ishval and being like, and the guy I pretended to be, he was a moderate. Because he was talking about how he's the one who shot the child in Ishval and started the war. And he was like, and the best part, the guy I pretended to be, he was a moderate. He was openly outspoken about his distaste for the occupation in Ishval, but nobody believed him. But it's the he was a moderate that gets me every time. Like, bro, you didn't have to add that part. You could have just said he didn't want to be there. Somebody's scrolling super fast.
That's me. Oh,
Hang on
okay.
a second. Sorry if I seem distracted. I'm filling out a job application.
Hi, Bobby.
Good
Mm-hmm.
I love it's like, oh, put your name. It autofill with my resume.
I just saw what you typed.
Sorry. Go on, Smithy.
Sorry, I'm working on a job application, and I love how it's always like, oh, you put in your name and your resume and your phone number. It's like, okay, it's like, great, now you can start your application. And it's like, please fill out all your information, please.
Like, I know I just had you submit your resume, but would you like to fill out a resume?
Smithy, I've got to share. So, my brother is very nice, and he pays for my phone service so that I can like apply to jobs and get called back, right?
Yep.
I don't use my phone for anything other than that. And yesterday, actually, the last time I had a proper call with someone was Connor on Friday, telling me to like get things ready for, game night, even though we didn't have it. Anyway, since Friday, I have had 4 calls from one number, 1 call from one number, 2 calls from another number, 2 more calls from a different number, 2 more calls from another number, and 1 call actually labeled spam risk, despite all of them being various scam and spam calls, not from any job I applied to. And it pisses me the fuck off that I use my number just for applying to jobs, and somehow it is escaping from whoever I'm applying to and making it to people who waste my fucking time.
Yeah.
I
it's 'cause
firmly
they sell your
believe that
information.
Indeed and sites like that, like ZipRecruiter, Indeed, I think they sell your data
I believe it.
because
I totally fucking believe it.
anytime I even open their website, I get an influx of like 30 emails in the next few days.
Yeah, I've been getting weird texts where it's I straight up I got a text this morning where it's like, It's the random lady name. YO space U space interest space ED space in space A space Geo space B question mark?
I get a bunch of texts and calls. You've seen me talk about this on Blue Sky. I know you have because you've liked my posts. Kevin. Whoever you are out there, Kevin.
Oh,
Kevin, I fucking swear. Because I know he's still actively giving out my phone number. Because anytime he tries to buy a car, I get a text. Hey, Kevin, you still interested in that 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee or whatever the fuck? And I'm not about to text them back because I don't want them to put my number in their system as somebody else. So I just block them. But then I get phone calls, and it's always collections. And I got a fucking phone call from his doctor's office the other day, and they were like, "Hi, this is the gastroenterologist's office." And I was like, "It's not Kevin. It's not," because she asked specifically for Kevin, and I said, "Sorry, this isn't Kevin. This hasn't been Kevin for like 4 years almost. This will not be Kevin in the future. I don't know Kevin. I've never met Kevin. I've never even seen Kevin. But I know that I've talked to his family because his niece texted me when his mom died." She was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bother you." And I was like, "It's fine. This happens a lot. If you get a hold of him, please tell him to stop fucking giving people my number." Because I've had his friends text me. I've had his family text me. I've had people who like know him in a tertiary sort of way. And I'm so sick and tired of being reached out to for Kevin. And I did find him on Facebook at one point, but I didn't message him because I was like, maybe he just hasn't had a chance to change his number everywhere yet. No, man, I can't find him again. And I'm like, I wish I fucking messaged him and was like, "Stop fucking giving my number to people. Stop it. I'm so sick of it. I'm so fucking tired of getting collections calls for Kevin."
You gotta
Villainous
hunt him down
Kevin.
and hit him with bricks.
I literally changed my voicemail, I think. I don't know what it is right now, but if I didn't change it to this, I considered changing it to this, where I was like, "Hi, you've reached blah, blah, blah. If you're looking for Kevin, this isn't him. I don't know his phone number. I don't know him. I am not Kevin. If you're looking for me, leave a message." Like, I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it.
fucking Kevin.
Ugh.
You guys are gonna have to excuse me while I attempt to draw a troll because I've been struggling to learn to draw trolls.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I'm looking for my aunt's phone number.
It's mostly the tusks because, like, I have to think about, okay, skull shape. Okay, how do I get the tusks to fit in frame in a way that doesn't look fucked up?
Tusks are easy. It's just like horns, but they go up instead.
They're also in a different spot.
Yeah, they start down there and go like whoop, instead of up here and go like whoop,
Yeah. You
Yeah.
know what? Yeah.
If that actually helps you draw tusks, I'm gonna laugh so hard.
How many piercings does he have? I don't remember.
I don't know.
I think he has 6 on
As
each
many
ear.
as you want.
I'm pretty sure he has
Winry
6.
Rock Bell shit.
They're all rings.
I love the fact that Winry canonically has so many piercings because Ed kept buying her earrings. And she was like, "I'm just gonna wear them all at the same time." And he was like, "I'm not buying you any more then." Because yeah, I'm not doing that. You only have so much ear space.
Oh
Makes
no,
sense.
wait a minute. Okay, how is this gonna work? He can't reasonably rest his cheek against Pux's head.
I think that's only canon in 03 though, because in Brotherhood and the manga, the boys have not even written a letter in 3 years. But in 03, he does write her letters.
Weird.
He tries to write her that one letter. And I love reading that letter out loud because it's such a 12-year-old thing to say, because it's right after he passes his exam, or like he's taking his exam. And he's like, "It was no problem for me though. We worked really hard." It's such a good, I love reading this shit in anime. Also, Smithy, I don't think you know this. I'm gonna have to post about this on Blue Sky because this is so funny. While Lear and I were watching 03, I paused to look at Hohenheim's research.
Yeah.
The text that they put in for his research was a review for a DM's guy.
It was specifically a review for an alchemy-related D&D supplement.
That's actually kind of fascinating.
It's funny.
It's so funny. Let me.
I mean, it's clever,
pull
but
it up.
also like, are they allowed
It's
to do that?
hilarious. I don't know. It doesn't matter now. It's been 22 years.
Well, yeah, but oh fuck.
Here we go. I found it.
Oh shit.
Here we go.
Review Alchemy and Herbalists is a full-color, 96-page, perfect-bound D20 sourcebook for DMs and players alike.
Perfect
Its cover
bound? What does
depicts
that
it as a
mean?
woodsy. I don't know. There's
What?
also more above it, but we didn't get to be able, like, that's kind of cropped out, so you can't really read it. I think
What did you ask about the meaning
Yeah.
for?
Perfect bound?
What is perfect bound?
It's basically just a, what do I... So, like, you know how books have different bindings, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember fucking first year of college stuff. What? I think it's glue? No.
Oh fuck.
I love reading this because this is not talking about the contents of the book. I'm reading it now. I didn't actually read it all the way through before. Its
Yeah, 'cause
cover depicts it as a woodsy tome with leaf, leather, and wood motif. The pages are thick and durable. Border size is very good, and text diversity is exceptional. Or is that density? Text density is exceptional. Artwork is good throughout, and all in full color. Border art is very attractive, and also includes section headers for easy navigation. There is a very good table of contents, but no index.
Okay.
And then I can't read the rest of it because it's all cut off.
My notes say that perfect binding is gluing the... You clamp and glue the pages to the spine first, and then you cut the whole thing. So it's all like perfect flush edges. The cover doesn't go like past the edge of the page or anything.
Huh.
Usually it's done with soft covers or like paperback instead of hard covers.
Sorry, I'm giggling at
Blah.
this because you can see where they like screenshotted and copy pasted the review over the drawing of Transmutation Circle in this page. You can see where it goes over the drawing. And then there's also some handwritten stuff here that says, on this flying pan, not frying pan, flying pan, you looks a delicious omelet by 2 eggs and onion and cheese. No E on the end of cheese. Because they pasted another random scribble over the rest of it. And then it says, but this poda, and it's crossed out. And you can't read the rest. I love this because it's such a mess. You can't read half of this shit, but what you can doesn't make any sense. I love reading.
What are you
stuff
talking
in
about? I
anime.
read the whole thing.
No, what I mean is like it's covered up. Where
Oh,
they've
that.
pasted stuff over.
Yeah, that part you can't read because it's covered.
Hang on, let me send it in stream chat. It's gonna take me a minute to find it in my photos. Hang on.
I accidentally gave him very beefy hands. Whoopsie. Should I give him painted
Troll's got
nails?
big hands.
Sure. If you
Trolls-
want to.
Trolls do have big hands. So does everyone in WoW. Unless you're a gnome.
Humans don't.
Everybody's got big hands.
No, humans have huge hands. I think I need to
Prove
turn
it.
my air conditioner on. I am sweating to death. Give me a second.
Here we go. I'll just copy and paste it from... Here we go. There it is. I love where you can see, like, they've matched the background colors of each of these things that they've pasted onto here. But you can still see the hard lines where they overlap because it blocks out what's behind it.
Oh wow.
Hohenheim, why were you writing an omelet recipe in your research notes?
Fascinating, man.
He was such a
Ouch.
weird guy in 03. He's such a weird guy in general, but he's extra weird in 03. I do love the looping arrow up at the top.
Oh wait, I need to turn off my BRB. I was just gonna keep drawing and leave it on there. That would have been funny.
But no one will get
Nobody
to
gets to see what you're making.
No, you're not allowed to watch me fumble a troll. I think I'm doing moderately alright thus far. My only concern is that his other tusk would be jabbing the back of Punk's neck realistically, but we're gonna ignore that. We're gonna pretend that's not happening.
It's fine.
It's fine. That's not. It's not real. If you can't see it, it doesn't exist.
Exactly. Out of sight, out of mind. One thing I found, sorry, I just opened my manga to where I was reading earlier. So you guys remember in Brotherhood, or in the anime at all, where Scar is
Nope.
like injured and shut up. Where Scar gets injured and then he gets found by the Ishvalan kid, right? In the manga, Scar wakes up and asks the kid, here we go. He says, "Where am I?" And the kid says, "You're in the slums at the edge of East City." And Scar goes, "You saved me?" And he says, "Uh-huh, you better thank me. We were really freaked out. It's not every day that a man comes floating down the sewer." And then he says, "You're thinking, how can these people help others when they're so poor themselves, right?" Well, if you were anyone else, we would have taken everything you had on you and then thrown you back in the sewer. But you're Ishbalan, right? My mom's an Ishbalan too. It's like, bro. He did not say that in the anime. He did not say we would have thrown you back into the sewer after robbing you blind. Oh, this made me like die laughing at lunch today. I was like, what the fuck? Why did he say that?
You know, I set out to draw specific things, and I have drawn none of those things.
What were you
That's how
gonna
it
draw?
goes.
I was actually, my intention for the stream is I was going to illustrate certain scenes from Sarlik's fic that I like personally.
Hmm.
I was gonna leave them without context though, so. But I feel like the scenes that I specifically was going to draw paint such a picture that you could figure it out.
Well, we can't because you didn't draw them.
No. Sometimes I get really confident in my writing abilities and I'm like, yeah, what if I read that? What if I read my fic on stream? And then I get to the stream and I'm like, I can't do that.
Too scary.
Too scary.
Too scary.
This is so interesting. They portray this interaction so differently in the anime. The kid goes and gets the old man, calls him Gramps. I don't know if it's actually his grandpa or just an old guy. And the old man says, "You're very lucky to be alive, young man. You're the one who's wanted by the authorities, right?" And Scar asks, "Are you going to report me?" And the guy laughs and says, "No need to be on guard. This slum is full of those with ties to the Ishbalans. No one would be stupid enough to betray a kinsman." Which, it's kind of similar to what he says in 03, but I feel like he doesn't say that in Brotherhood. Brotherhood really... I love it, I do. But they strip so much out. And it makes me so sad. Because there's so much missing. It's like, I don't know. It's called Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, but to me, the brothers feel less... They feel like less defined characters in Brotherhood than they do in 03.
Trolls don't have eyebrows, do they?
I don't know. I'm not one. I haven't seen one in a while either. I don't know why I said that. Sometimes I say something and I'm like, what the fuck? Where did that come from? Bobby. What? Both cats officially have decided that they're not as scared of the automatic litter box anymore, by the way.
Good.
Well, because I got an automatic litter box. It's not one that closes because I was too scared that they would get shut in there. So this one is completely open and they can jump out anytime if it does happen to start while they're in there. And there's no pinch points, so they wouldn't get smushed. Because that was like a huge anxiety I had about getting one.
That's perfectly understandable, too.
Yeah. Well, Alto was the first one to use it when I first got it, because she didn't realize that it was going to move. She just thought it was a litter box. So she went in there and she used it, and then it moved, and she got so scared. So she like sat and stalked the litter box for a solid 45 minutes. And she's been the only one that I've seen use it. She's used it a few times. But then earlier, I don't remember if it was this morning or if it was yesterday. It might have been yesterday. I was snuggling Alto and I heard the litter box start moving. And it moves, it filters itself out. It scoops right after they use it.
Oh.
So I was like, I'm holding Alto. That means Treble used the litter box. And then today I saw him use it and I was like, yes! 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 Because some people said that their older cats wouldn't start using the automatic litter box. And he's 8.
Not that old.
I know, but they said that some people said that their 8-year-old cats wouldn't use it. And I was like, well, hopefully he's not one of those. He's a smart boy.
That's
He
good.
can't figure out how to open the cabinets, but that's okay.
That's not.
He watches Alto do it. He watches Alto do it all the freaking time. He watches her open it every day because she likes to go under the cabinets. He watches her open them every single time, and he cannot figure out how to open them.
Skill issue.
It really is a skill issue. He can't figure it out.
He's bad.
'Cause,
at
like,
video
he's-
games.
He sees her. What she does is she takes her paw and she puts it under the bottom of the door and hooks and pulls. But he just sees her touch the door and then it opens. So
Fuck, what
he'll
does he
go
look
up to it and like start pawing at the bottom of the door and it won't open and he can't figure out why. I love him. I love my idiot son.
Oh.
Finished my Wawa. Need more. Everybody drink their Wawa this week. It's supposed to get so hot.
Yeah,
It's
we've
already
got an
hot.
extreme. No, we've
I
got
know,
an
but it's supposed to
extremely
get
warm here.
crazy humid soon. It's
been,
supposed to get crazy humid.
It was like 97 yesterday. You don't have to tell me.
I live in
Oh,
I
Rhode
saw a
Island. It gets
post on
humid all the
Tumblr today
time.
talking about how most of the, like, over half of the US is going to have insanely high humidity, like record-breaking humid highs coming up. So just everybody drink your water. That's not optional. Drink your water.
Oh, I will. Don't worry.
I guess this was the right year for me to get into being a Wawa drinker.
I love how you picked up saying Wawa after I started saying it to you repeatedly.
Yeah. Well, and you called me a Wawa drinker the other day. I was like,
'Cause
I
you
am a
are.
Wawa drinker.
You
I
are.
am.
Whoops.
I drink so
Whoops.
much Wawa. I did not actually drink that much today because I put my cup down in the back room at work and didn't spend much time back there today because I didn't have many packages. So I only drank like half a cup of Wawa, big cup, a big 40-ounce cup. It's time to wash my cup. If you have a Wawa cup, wash your Wawa cup with soap. You cannot just be like, yeah, I only drink water out of it.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, yeah, you would want to wash it. I mean, it's... Yuck. Yuck.
Yeah. My brother is the kind of person that's like, well, if it's only had water in it, it's like, yeah, but it also had your spit in it because you were drinking out of it.
And you know what? Humans have so many germs in their mouth that their bites can be lethal, so... Wash your fucking water jugs.
I'm doing it. Don't yell at me. I'm the
not
one
yelling
telling
at
everybody.
you.
Sure. I specifically bought a brand new bottle brush that has a built-in straw brush at the bottom. I specifically bought that because I have my cup, and I was like, I am not doing a moldy straw. Absolutely not. Because, like, I've seen people who drink a bunch of water be like, yeah, your straw can get mold in it. I'm like, gross.
Yuck.
Nasty.
Yuck. Okay, so
Well, and go ahead.
A while back, there was discussion going on about Psychonaut. This was a couple years ago, actually, so it's not like anything recent, but discussing with some people like Psychonauts 2, and Psychonauts 2 has 2 different levels in it that are like gross. And because I was watching somebody play it, I believe. I was watching someone play it on call. And there's a mouth level, and then there's also a level that revolves around being inside of a bowling shoe. Both of these things are gross.
Yeah.
And watching someone play the bowling shoe level, and I was like, you know, this level is really gross, but the mouth level was worse. And suddenly everyone was disagreeing with me, and they were like, no, clearly the bowling shoe is worse. Like, a bowling shoe is much nastier. And I'm
they
like,
sanitize those bowling shoes.
yeah, at least they sanitize those. But like, the inside of the mouth again has so many germs that a human bite can be lethal. I think that's pretty fucking nasty, bro. And
Like, you're not gonna die from licking somebody's foot.
And somebody who was on the call with me was like, well, you just have a bias because you don't like mouths already. And I'm like, well, yeah, but like, you don't have to be biased to recognize that mouths are pretty fucking nasty.
Like, objectively.
Objectively.
Man. Why did I say that?
Say what?
I was like, you're not gonna die from licking somebody's feet. I don't know why I said that.
The people on Tumblr would disagree with you. It's considered
well,
a
it made
sin.
me think of... There's lots of things considered a sin. There's this scene in 03 that cracks me up because I don't know why they added it. I don't know why they added this. It's not in the manga. I don't know why they decided this was something to put in. But Riza is like asleep and she's completely under her covers. Like, her head is covered up too. I don't know why she sleeps like that either. But she's like giggling to herself. And she's like, stop, that tickles. And it's like in a flirty voice. And then she pulls the covers back and her dog is licking her feet.
You know how it is.
And it's just like, man, does Roy lick her feet? Like, good for them. But also, why did they put that in this show? Why did they add that? Because their relationship is a lot closer to overt in 03
I don't want to
than it
think
is
about
in
him
Brotherhood
doing
or the
that.
manga.
I don't like the idea of him doing that.
Why?
I don't like the idea
He
of
worships the ground she walks on, man.
Yeah, but I don't like the idea of him doing that. It's specifically him. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be. I don't think it would. I wouldn't have a problem with it. It's him. I don't like the idea of him doing that.
I think having 03 Roy specifically do that is what gets me like confused. I'm like, why? Why? 03 Roy? Why would you want him to do that? Because 03 Roy is like I wouldn't say he's a completely different character from Canon Roy, but he is pretty different. Not completely, but a lot different. Also, why did they make Roy kill Winry's parents with a gun?
That's funny.
Because they're soldiers?
Yeah, but he's the flame alchemist. They could have had him incinerate them.
Well, why'd they give Edward a gun?
That was specifically explained.
Yeah, but he's the Full Metal Alchemist. Why didn't he just Full Metal them?
That's a lot different.
No,
His
no,
I don't know.
no,
hand-to-hand
no.
combat.
Lyra's a point.
He mostly does hand-to-hand combat. Having a gun is a much safer option for him when his arm is already kind of beat up.
He should have just full metal
Oh.
them.
One thing I noticed today, one thing I noticed today that was really interesting that they
One thing I
don't
noticed
have
today that
in
was
the
really
anime
interesting.
at all.
Sorry, you were talking really fast and it caught my attention. No, dude, you were talking so fast in that moment. I thought you
Anyway,
were sped
one
up
thing
for
I
a
know-
second.
One thing I noticed today, I've gotta find it. Winry is talking to Hughes, I think, about like the danger that Ed is in. Let me find it. I'm almost there. Whatever. I can't find it. Basically, she's talking about like how dangerous what they're doing is, and she says, just 2 weeks ago I made him a brand new arm and it's already in really bad shape.
Oh.
Which they don't have him. Here we go. I came out here today to fix his arm. I didn't expect to find him hospitalized with severe injuries. It was just 2 weeks ago that I made that brand new automail for Ed, and when I saw it today, it was in really bad shape. They don't ever point out that his automail is in really bad shape. It's never stated, except when it's like completely destroyed. I just thought that was really interesting.
Yeah.
Also,
I
it's
should-
been more than 2 weeks if you actually count the days, but that's fine. It's like 2.5 weeks. Because it took, let's see, they were in Resemble for 3 days, but if we don't count the 3 days, then they get back to Central, and it takes Sheska 5 days to recreate Marco's notes, and then they study them for 10 days, and then they go to Lab 5, so it's like been 16-ish days, 16 or 17 days, so 2.5 weeks, but pretty close. Sorry. What were you gonna say,
Oh,
Smithy?
fuck.
What were you gonna say, Smithy?
I was gonna say I should probably watch 03. I think I've watched a lot of, if not most of, Brotherhood as a kid with my mom and my
Mhm.
sister, but I have never actually watched 03 except for the Conqueror of Shambhala movie.
03 is
It
rough.
had my sister and I confused because we were like,
Yeah.
why are they in the human world?
Oh,
Oh, I got him.
Jesus, male
got him.
rights
Hang on.
activist.
How do I?
Ooh.
Let's see. Here we go.
You click on their username, and then there's a
I'm doing it. Mod actions. No. What? Why am I struggling so hard? Manage. There we go. I
What?
don't. I. It's,
all you have to do is
I
click
don't-
on their username, and there's one of those no enter buttons.
I don't have that.
You should. You're a mod, aren't you?
I thought I was.
Mod
Yeah, I
privilege is
am.
revoked.
I guess.
No, fuck you. I revoked your mod.
Yeah, I don't have an option to ban people.
That's weird.
I can block or report, but I can't ban them.
That's weird. You're supposed to be able to ban them.
Sorry for seeming distracted. I'm playing Splatoon right now.
I just slide the thing.
Anyway, yeah, so if you
Whoops.
ever do want to watch 03, huge heads up, it is extremely heavy.
It's rough.
Like, it's really rough.
It's rough.
It's, yeah. There are
Um,
multiple scenes that I had to skip cast while we were watching, and I've seen them before, but I was like, I'm not going to expose you to these lyrics. They're a lot. So the two biggest trigger warnings I have, if you do ever watch 03, Nina's death in 03 is a lot more visceral.
No.
Like literally makes me sick to my stomach.
It's graphic.
And then
That's the word you should be using here.
It's
It's
a
graphic.
lot. Yeah. Because in the manga and in Brotherhood, it's done with like a level of compassion. And I wouldn't say it's not done with compassion in 03 by Scar.
No,
but
it's
in
not done with
Brotherhood and the
compassion.
manga.
Bro, I don't agree with you. No, hard disagree on that. Hard disagree. There's no compassion.
I think the reason. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. I skipped past it the last time I watched it, but you're right. But in Brotherhood and the manga, it's done with like this. Scar
he's like,
specifically says, now that you're in this form, there is no way to return you to what you were before. And so he like puts her out of her misery. But in
Yeah.
03, he anyway, it's really graphic. And then there's another there's also an episode about Barry the Chopper where Winry gets kidnapped, and it's very creepy. Barry is like Barry's like gross in 03. Like he's fun in Brotherhood, but he's gross in 03. And then they bring him back as 66, and you're supposed to find him fun again. And it's like, no, man, I remember what you were like with Winry. I remember you stared at a 12-year-old girl's chest and then kidnapped her to cut her up.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's.
And then another.
Can I say that's kind of what they did with fucking Freddy Krueger? Not to say, okay, Freddy Krueger was always a creep, but for whatever reason in Wes Craven's New Nightmare, they made him so explicitly a disgusting freak that I am appalled by that movie. It is appalling. Anyway, I had to get my my horror interjection in there.
You're fine. Yeah, the Barry episode is one of those, like, it's a good episode. It does what it's supposed to do. It is a very hard episode to watch, because basically what happens is Winry comes to Central to surprise Ed and Al after Ed gets his state certification. Meanwhile, Ed has just experienced the death of Nina, who we spend a lot more time with in 03, so you get a lot more attached to her. And he's actually, I can't remember if I think he had actually revoked his state certification at this point because he didn't want to be a state alchemist if this is what it meant. So he revoked not revoked, he...
Rescinded?
No, rescind is when you take it from somebody, and that's what revoke also means.
He gave it up, basically.
Yeah, he forfeited his certification, and Hughes has actually like snuck him information, even though he's not in the military anymore, because he's like a 12-year-old. He's a kid who's like really upset about losing somebody that meant a lot to him. Because when I say we spend a lot more time with Nina, I mean the boys lived with her and Tucker for months in preparation for the state alchemist exam. They were with her for a really long time. Meanwhile, in canon, they only know her for like 3 days, which is still like, she's a very sweet 4-year-old little girl, but I feel like it almost doesn't have the same impact as it did in 03 because they knew her so much longer. Not that it doesn't have a heavy impact, but...
I need to issue a correction here.
Anyway.
Rescind would have been grammatically correct. It
Okay.
means to revoke, cancel, or repeal a law, order, or agreement. So he could
Well, yeah, that's what I
rescind
mean,
his-
is somebody would take it from him.
No. You can rescind your agreement.
No, yeah, I guess.
It would work on his
Yeah,
end if it's
okay.
ending an if it's to cancel an agreement. Yes.
Okay, alright. Anyway, so he's just experienced the loss of Nina, given up his state
Ah.
certification. Guys, stop
Fuck,
it.
I forgot.
And Winry came to Central to surprise him and Al after he got his certification. And the first thing that happens to her when she shows up at Central Command is she gets kidnapped by Barry.
Wait.
Because she saw his refrigerated truck and was really excited because they did a lot more with her like mechanic abilities in 03 than they did in Brotherhood, and that makes me like, I love her in 03 because she has a lot more transferable skills, which I wish she had in Brotherhood, but it's okay. I still love her anyway. But she gets kidnapped because she thought that the refrigerated truck was really cool. No pun intended. But then Ed like manages to track her down, and then Barry knocks him out, takes his arm off, and ties him to a chair. And he's so young at this point, by the way, that his feet don't touch the floor.
Oh.
Anyway, that's a really heavy episode, and it's right after Nina, so it's like a couple really
It's
rough
a double
episodes, one right
whammy.
after the other. Yeah, and then after the Barry episode, they go to Rush Valley, or no, they don't go to Rush Valley yet, but they take Winry shopping. Ed takes Winry shopping, and Winry keeps being like, "Can I get this and this?" And Ed just keeps being like, "Whatever you want. You can get whatever you want." And Winry is trying to provoke him by like spending too much money because she's like, "My friend is severely traumatized also because he nearly died. We were both nearly murdered by the same serial killer." And so she's trying to like get him to act normal, but he feels so guilty because she wouldn't have even been in Central if it weren't for him. And so he just is like trying to make it up to her in a way. It's just a really, it's such a rough episode.
I think you're forgetting a significant trigger warning. This show does prominently feature Nazis in a later part.
Oh yes, I was getting there.
Yeah, because I remember
promise.
there's Nazis
That's
in
in
the
Conqueror of Shambhala.
yeah.
It's specifically the movie that has Nazis in it.
Yeah, but the movie is part
I've
of
seen the
03.
movie.
Yeah, I was getting there. I'm going like chronologically in the order of the show, because the third trigger warning I was gonna give was for
Oh fuck.
Greed's death is pretty rough because Ed is like tricked into killing him,
Don't give enough of a shit.
and he does not handle it well. And then it's also like weirdly gruesome the way Greed dies, because he like shrivels up like a dying spider. It's weird. He does. He like cockroaches. It's
Oh,
bizarre.
don't describe it like that. That's the worst word you could have used.
That's what he does. Anyway, then
why'd you say that?
then then it's, I can't remember if it's not the very last episode, but it's in the fight scene between Pride and
Yeah,
Roy.
yeah.
Huge trigger warning for that fight. Pride strangles his son to death.
Dang.
Yeah, and you like watch his son's life leave his eyes. I skipped past that scene because I did not want to watch it.
Dang.
It literally sent I used to have this friend that I watched it with, and it literally sent him into a panic attack. It was so much.
Okay.
Dang.
So, heads up for that. And then obviously Conqueror of Shambhala has Nazis in it.
Yeah, I
and
remember that movie being absolutely insane to us because we had only seen Brotherhood and only read like some of the manga. So
Yeah.
we were like, why is Envy like this? What's going on? Like we thought it was cool, but it's also like, how did Al get his body back? Why can he only talk through the? Why is Ed in one world and Al in the other one? And why does he still have his body? And why can he only be in the suit in some time? And why is there, and the fact that in the real world universe there was an equivalent to everyone, and seeing the Alphonse equivalent be some guy with a cough and being like, oh, he's gonna die.
It
and
wasn't
then-
just a cough. He had tuberculosis.
Yeah, that's what it was. 'Cause
It's
I
not
remember
ever
the blood.
specifically stated that he has tuberculosis, but it's heavily implied.
Yeah, because 90% of the time, coughing up blood, that's tuberculosis. 90% of the time.
Yeah.
And then the dragon scene I remember the most is Hohenheim being in the
Mhm.
mouth, and he's like, remember he's like telling Ed,
Oh,
like,
and the
gotta
he
do this.
fucking explodes like a blood bag.
Yeah, it was
Ah.
just being like, sorry. It was.
Y'all are discussing this while
Conqueror
I'm
of
trying to draw something cute and wholesome and happy, and y'all are.
Sorry.
Oh my
The
goodness.
thing about Conqueror of Shambhala that I think it does pretty well. Like, I wish that they had not decided to set it during Nazi Germany. I understand what they were trying to do, though, because by having Hughes be a Nazi and having Alphonse Heydrich work for the Nazis, or work for the Thule Society who worked for the Nazis, by having this, you're like confronted with the fact of, but we know these people. And it's kind of supposed to be no one is immune to propaganda. You can fall victim to fascist propaganda. It's not impossible. It's not even hard, because you probably know people that you think are good people. They're nice. They care about people. But they fall for some of the most horrendous ideologies. And it's not to exempt them from responsibility for their actions, but it's letting you know, like, just because someone is nice to you, just because you think you know somebody, that doesn't mean that they are going to always make the right decision.
Yeah.
Because, like, we know Hughes, we know Al, but also, this isn't our Hughes, this isn't our Al. One thing that gets me about Conqueror of Shambhala, though, after, like, the end of the movie, when
Is when it's all.
Alphonse... Well, when Alphonse and Edward both come to our world, first of all, screw Winry, I guess. Fuck her. She just abandoned her, I guess.
Get fucked.
Arakawa actually, when she watched the movie, she drew a correction to a scene, and it's one of my favorite things. I will send it because I have it on my phone.
Oh, whoops.
Hang on. Ooh, where is it? I know I've got it on here. Here we go.
Fuck.
This is the correction. Because in Conqueror of Shambhala, there's the reunion scene between Ed and Winry where they hug, but they don't live happily ever after. And Arakawa was like, "This is what should have happened."
Okay, I finished my final drawing. I think I'm going to call it a night.
Alrighty. Good
Okie
stream.
dokie.
Also, picture looks adorable.
Hold on, I'm
so cute.
moving things around. Give me a second.
Also, that is a lovely shade of lavender.
Fuck yeah, Horde baby.
Fuck yeah, Horde baby! There. And now we have... Yeah. Now you can see everything and it's coherent. Fuck yeah, Horde baby!
This is awesome.
I love that he's not colored in.
I... I considered it, but I was like, you know, this is funnier.
It's like he's stealth behind her. He's not a rogue, but
punks taught him to do that, and this is the only thing he uses it for.
Be like, fuck yeah, word baby.
Oh wait. Give me that. Yeah.
Earlier when you were talking about Sarlix and you like took his line art away, you had said, what, you want him to be naked? And then you took the line art and I thought you were talking about his line art making him naked if you took it away.
Yeah, no, I meant that I drew him without a shirt first.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
well,
when
I figured that out after you pasted it. But...
And when I did, Lear was like, "Why is he naked with football?" Maybe I want him to be naked with football.
Have you never seen old dads at a barbecue? They'll play football without shirts on.
That's the point. That's what we're getting at here. That's what he's supposed to be. He's an old dad at a barbecue. He's the old dad who does barbecue, and he's got his shirt off, and he's got the football.
I was about to be like, he doesn't have a kid, and then I remembered he did that one time.
He did once. The intention
for like
is
a week.
The intention is for him to eventually have a kid, sooner rather than later.
He's a future dad.
He needs to get he needs to get around to talking to Marin to get some of that gender fluid. Why did that get you so bad?
Because I knew what you were gonna say. That stuff has a time limit on it. He's gotta be chugging that stuff all the time.
The idea of in order to retain your pregnancy, you have to take a medicine every once in a while, so that
every 10 minutes.
Every 10. No, I think it lasts. Oh, it isn't. Is it 10 minutes? I don't remember.
I don't remember. Hang on. Let me look it up.
Fuck yeah, horde baby. What if I told you that that's a real thing?
Oh, it lasts 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Every 30 minutes.
What if I told you that's a real theory that Transformers fans have about Transformer babies? Not
Just have to always be on an infusion.
Yeah, literally. That would be awful.
So, sorry, I just was looking at my AO3 dashboard. My favorite tag that I added to the fic that I posted the other day is, does it count as slow burn if they fuck in chapter 1? Probably not. Also, I almost forgot to add, like, 2 really important tags. Babe, stop it. Cut it out.
The way Sarlix holding his football is the only one that I properly shaded and everything.
That's okay.
I am enamored with him.
You should be. You're supposed to be enamored with your OCs.
No, I'm not enamored with every OC I have. Some of my OCs I want to, like, smack into walls by their legs.
You can be enamored by somebody and want to do that.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel about Vel, specifically.
Alto. What are you looking at me like that for?
I'd be lying though if I said I wasn't enamored with Vel.
Yeah. Oh no.
No.
Oh no. Poor Smithy. Smithy said, made a mistake. Mom offered me coffee and I said yes. Now tummy hurt.
Oh no. Such is the way of having coffee at this time of night.
They said in burp hell right now.
Oh.
I would never drink coffee.
Oh shit, it's 12:30.
I
Alright,
haven't
I think the worst of it is over.
I haven't had coffee in a while.
I also have not had coffee in a while.
Well, I used to have coffee often because we had a Keurig, and then I moved out of my mother's house, so...
Oh.
My parents used to make coffee every morning and I would get some. And then they moved and we took over their lease and they took their coffee maker. And I have a coffee maker, but I don't want to buy coffee. So it just sits in my cupboard unused.
We bought one of them, the ones that use the K-cups, and my mom bought reusable K-cups, so we just buy the coffee grounds and put them in the little cup. And we use that.
Yeah,
instead
I
of
just don't
buying
want to
the little-
buy. I just don't want to buy coffee grounds.
Coffee grounds.
That makes
Because I think this has a reusable filter. Oh, are you
Yeah,
yelling
horde
at my
baby.
cat? Meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. My cats are yelling at me to go to bed.
Yeah, I should also
Mine
go to
would
bed.
too. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. over here, and I gotta go into work early tomorrow because the mall got busy.
Oop.
Oof.
We have truck tomorrow, so. And I'm gonna try and stay a little bit late tomorrow because I left 45 minutes early today. Because today was dragging and I was bored. So I was like, can I run away? And my boss was like, I don't care.
I wish I could
But
leave early.
Well, I'm the receiver and they changed our receiving schedule. We used to get our trucks in on Tuesdays, which meant that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were the days that we put out truck and I find all of the things that I'm supposed to find as the receiver. And then we would get our feed truck on Friday, and that would get put out Friday, Saturday, and I work Tuesday through Saturday, so it was fucking perfect. It was so perfect. And then they changed it, and now everything comes on Thursday. So I work Tuesday, Wednesday, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Usually it's catching up on work from the last week, because then truck comes on Thursday, and then I only have Friday, Saturday to find everything. And that's not including any mail that comes in, because I'm also responsible for receiving in all of the mail.
Oh, that got pick up on stream. Whoops. Whoops.
What?
I was gonna make a joke at you.
Yeah?
You said you're the
What
receiver, so I was gonna be like,
Oh.
receive this, and then play the NFL theme through the soundboard on Discord, but it was coming through my, it was coming through my browser instead, and it was peaking the mic.
Well, I couldn't hear it at all. So
No, but it definitely picked up on stream because I watched the mixer. It went into the red.
I didn't even hear you say receive this.
I didn't say it because I was trying to download
Oh.
the sound. I didn't
see,
even
I
get to
see.
make my joke. It was just blaring the NFL theme through my TV.
That's really funny.
I can't wait to clip that. That made my stomach hurt. All right. Well, that's a good place to end.